Charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
All right, welcome back to lunch. Well, from lunch. You should have had lunch. Lunch is over. That's what I mean to say. Everyone, come back. Take your seats. Thank you very much for being here. Happy Friday to you. Turn the music down a little bit. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing absolutely wonderful. I am. I'm doing just great. All right. Welcome especially to Kim R., who was first in chat. Kim, congratulations. Kim with the Dolphins says G. Kim, you know what that does. That means you are going to be punished. First you're recognized, and then punished for being first in chat. Everything IP-related worldwide is now your responsibility. BG now says, please don't put me to sleep. I figured out what it was. The prosecutor has a case of professional FOMO. He is worried that in some way the defense is going to say something that he doesn't respond to. And he just can't stand that. It keeps him up at night. It kept him up all last night writing that. He's worried that the prosecution will get a single solitary point across to the jury that he is not preemptively spiked. So I think he was thorough. I think honestly, defense can say, I can promise you we're going to take less than an hour, and the jury's going to be like, okay, now you've got my attention. Now I'm on your side. Let's hear what you have to say. But I think the prosecutor probably did really well in debate in high school, which is like a contest to see who can fit the most words in when it's your turn to talk. But I have to say, the judge was probably a little overgenerous when he said, "You're doing a good job. It's a good, I'm following along. It's intriguing. You're doing a great job in the closing." I thought there were points where he was doing very well, but he said again so many times that we lost it. We can just count our blessings. We did not have to look at the PowerPoint that the jury was presented. There was a PowerPoint. And he went over it and over it and over it. And he had to walk up to the screen to see it because the words on it were so small he could not see it from the lectern. It was worse for the jury than it was for us during that. But over a 3-hour closing, that was too long. That was too long. The PowerPoint would have made it worse for you, Camila. Don't just count your blessings that we didn't see that. Fun fact, there was a PowerPoint. In fact, there was. All right, we are going to be going back to court here in just a minute as they're wrapping up their lunchtime.
It's different, when you're...
With hot mics.
It's like men our age don't want to marry. They did to marry kids with ball and chain. Now they want to just act like freaks.
Oh, yeah.
They want to act
No, that's not true. I got friends with divorce, and they got married like much later in life, So, you and I both know when you meet the right person, that's the right person,
Yeah.
And then when that happens, you're gonna say, "This is the person I want to spend the rest of my life."
That's what they say.
But if you get to that point, why wouldn't you marry each other? Look, if this is a person you want to spend the rest of your life with, either not.
All right, we're gonna turn it off. I don't know who's talking. It might be just people in the audience. And it's a public setting. There's no expectation of privacy. Supreme Court's ruled on this already. It's okay to listen. It's all right. But they're talking about if you love somebody and get married, why not? Good stuff. Why would you marry each other? Yeah. Did the judge say jury instructions would be long? No, but Julie, Aren't you glad we skipped them yesterday? We skipped them preparing the jury instructions. That way we only have to listen one time. We're going to hear them today as the judge reads them after defense is done with their closing. And I expect the defense to interject more spicy, snide remarks against the prosecution to make the prosecution look bad. I'm not sure if it'll work or not, but I think that might happen. But no. Defense, it's the guy. The guy on the defense team is the one that's giving the closing, I think. That's what we heard yesterday. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think it was the lady on the far left closest to the aisle. We'd get more snide remarks. She's made a couple good one-liner jabs during the trial. But anyway, I need to move the mouse over here and turn on the sound. For some reason, I have to close this eye when I do it. I don't know why. When I'm looking over there, I have to close my eye. Sounds, go into Black Magic, and let's see. We can now say. I think I've got the sound effect you guys have all been asking for, which is this one right here.
Yeah.
There you go. we got yeah. I think I'll make that as soon as defense starts. I think I'm going to make that a sound effect, and it will be triggered by. Do you want it to be like a yeah or an eh? Is an eh sound? Let's listen one more time. I'll turn it up a tiny bit. Rewind.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's better if you actually see it while it happens. I mean, watch this.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that a yeah? Like a Y-E-A-H? Or E?
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but a yay? I think it's a yeah. I think it's a yes. I heard yeah. But needs to be a sound click. I'm committing right now to making it. I've got it saved. I just need to export it, audio only. I'll do that right now. Quick export. I guess I have to export it as a video first. We'll call it yeah. Let's go into Big Deal. There it is. Exporting. It's done. Yeah, we'll get that set up. It's gonna be done here soon. It's trying to sound like you're screaming guilt.
In front of the Walmart.
Yeah.
I can hear it. I can hear the similarities between the two. It also needs to be a short on your channel. just that 2-second clip. Yeah. Yeah. You had to add your little clippets. This judge saying you may conclude now. We do need that as well. There have been some good sound effects. More than I thought we'd get out of this trial. Obviously, I haven't done anything about anything but the yeah one. But all right. I missed it. Are we about to go to jury after break? Marianne, where we are is the defense finally, after 3+ hours of giving a closing argument, finally concluded. After the judge said, "You may conclude now," with a chuckle and a glance at the defense. He finally concluded. He had talked for so long. I don't remember the last time we had a 3-hour closing in any trial. But he finished, and now we go on to the defense. And defense is limited to talking about mitigating factors, which I think they'll do well. I think that's our guy. The guy just walked by in the blue suit. I think he's going to be the one giving the presentation. I hope he has some animation to his voice, some inflection in his voice a little bit. I hope he brings it as far as production value goes, because I think we could all use a little something like that after a rough 3-hour start and a little bit of lunch to make us tired and ready for a nap. All right, this is why judges put time limits on closings. This one will from now on. Yeah. But the defendant is here now.
The order that restrains you from talking to cats.
We were exactly 2:30, which is when the judge said we would be back from lunch. And so any minute now, we expect this to continue. Let's listen to the hot mic now. very ready. Weather Watch, how was your fishing trip? Do you have your total count? I'm curious if you outfished Josh or if Josh outfished you. I think your fish was bigger for sure. At least by the pictures that were sent to me.
What kind of dogs do you have?
I have wiener dogs.
You always had wiener dogs, haven't you?
I have a little wiener dog. Now that in New York, we had golden. Pardon me?
So my kids, they adopt dogs from them.
We're talking about wiener dogs right now. Apparently someone has always had wiener dogs.
It reminds me of, you know how like babies feeding, they just want to chew on everything. All right.
Talking about babies teething.
Of course, now back in session.
All right. Wiener dogs and teething babies for the win. That was the hot mic.
All right, may be seated. All right, let's bring the jury in. I assume they're here?
I've been quiet, you're right.
Okay.
While they bring the jury in, I have a full confession.
We're waiting for one more juror to come back.
Okay.
One juror is still at lunch. Have a confession. I was closing down Windows on my laptop, which apparently I don't do very often. And I found one window that was still open. That is Aperture website. No, I think it's Aperture. Let me find it again. Yeah, it's Aperture website for Shannon Burgess as a forensic expert, digital forensic. It's been that I've had this window open. He's been fired and long gone from the company. I've had this window open since the middle of the Karen Reed trial, but now I don't want to close it because I know you can never get there again. I mean, look at this. That's the guy. That's Shannon, right? You can't get there again. So I don't want to close it now because now, what if I need it? What if I want to review it again? Maybe I should just take a screenshot. It's a relic. It is. Shannon with one N. You're correct. Well, two N's, but one, then an O, and then another N. Looks like the lawyers are consulting with Shelby about something, possibly the closing, maybe what he's okay with them saying or not, or just giving them a heads up as to what's happening. But archived websites, I guess the Wayback Machine might be it. Those are rookie numbers, all right. Let's see. Yes, Shannon was, I'm not sure fired, but is no longer associated with Aperture in a way that makes Aperture think they should represent him in any way on their website. So he might still work there. I doubt it. He's not there anymore. He's been rehomed. So much rehoming after that trial concluded. Ivan says, if anyone's near Hayward, Wisconsin, wants to come to my F Union celebration barbecue. What is this? What are your never mind. Strike that. Ivan has a barbecue. Don't ask questions. You're invited. That's it. It's an F Union, which might be family reunion, but it might also be something completely different. I don't know what do they bring, Ivan? A pineapple? I don't know. I don't know what you're inviting. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what you're asking there. All right. On that note, I can joke with Ivan because we're good friends, so he can laugh. He's not going to kill me, right, Ivan? Anyway, I think it's hot. Ivan, is it scorching hot where you are? I know most of the northeast area is under just a heat wave. I know that because I consider myself in that same area, even though I'm in the south technically. It's hot. My air conditioner upstairs is blowing air at 84 degrees, which is the best it can do to cool down, which means our attic is probably close to 130 to 140 degrees right now. It's toasty here. It's toasty. Scorching in Ohio. Oh, look, a squirrel says, can we get the Discord link? You sure can. Amber just queued the command, which will bring it up right here. It'll be a response that looks like it comes from me. There it is. There's your link to Discord. Once again, Discord is the place where you can find all the latest documents on all the latest court cases, including the Brian Kober documents that just dropped the other day. We read all the juicy bits, all the interesting bits, all the terribly sad bits, and the funny bits of the 314 documents that the Moscow Police Department dropped this week. We did that live here on the channel. If you want to go back and hear us read those, by us I mean me. Please do check out the live view or the live video from yesterday and the day before. That was good. It was good stuff. The one juror is running screaming down the road. He's like, "I'll take contempt of court. I'm not going. You can't make me go back in there." Melting in Cleveland. It's so very humid and it refuses to rain. New York, it's unbearably hot. 94 in New York there.
All right, maybe see. All right, all the jurors are here, so let's go ahead and bring them in when they're ready.
Judge gets comfy. He's got a nice chair. I like the sheen on the tufted leather back. And clearly it rolls freely, which is good. Also has a little bit of a recline to it, a little spring. I'm a bit of a chair connoisseur. Mostly I'm just jealous of everyone else's nice chairs. .111 in southeast Missouri. Oh, that's smoking. That is smoking. Just a little reminder, next week I'm going to be traveling to Idaho to go on a little family vacation. I'll be bringing you with me, but during the traveling days there won't be much broadcast, so that will be Tuesday and Friday. Yeah, Friday I'm not really traveling back here, but I'm coming back on the weekend. But Friday I have to travel back to another place, so. Be at the beautiful Bear Lake, Idaho, which is the Caribbean of the Rockies. Amazing. I'll show you guys. We'll show you just how blue that lake is. It is amazing. You'll think it's a filter. I mean, you see how blue the lady's shirt was there on defense? It's a light blue, but it's just it's bright. It's amazing. .68 in the Scottish Highlands. 93 the Ohio River, says Tammy. Thundering in Oxford, Connecticut. It's crazy. 79 in Waukesha, Wisconsin. 64 up in Tumwater, Washington. You're in Washington, right? Still, Troy? .81 in southern Colorado. That's not bad. Bless you. Then you exploded. Sneezes come in batches, so I think there's going to be another. Yes, we had you on the close-up for that. He's slacking a little bit. He went fishing today. It's his day off. He was catching bass before we even went live this morning. It was 6 a.m. in the morning. He was out on the lake already with bass on the boat. Oh, cute. We've got some mints on the table. I like those. Those icebreaker mints. Those are really cool. Around 10. And then a mini water bottle. Little shorty. In Montana, 95 with the feels like 105 in southern Illinois, 95 in Greenville, South Carolina. Greenville, South Carolina is beautiful. The only time I've been there was after the hurricane. We did some cleanup, came down to the cleanup crew and worked for a couple days, but it was beautiful, aside from all the downed trees, which we took care of. That's why we were there. But absolutely beautiful, beautiful town. It's a big city. It's bigger than the Greenville here. I'm in Greenville, North Carolina, so.
The jury is present. The jury votes. All right. Welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Conklin, you may proceed with your closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. I want to, first of all, on behalf of Shelby, Nealy, and the defense team, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for taking out the valuable time that is yours to be here for the past 2 weeks, and to be attentive, and to listen. And I know you're probably tired, and you may not want to hear from me, but I'm confident that you'll listen to me for a little bit. I promise you I will not be up here for 3 hours.
That was all they needed to hear.
Mr. Sarabia, in his closing argument, at the very beginning and throughout, talked about fun facts. Let me be very clear. There are no fun facts in this case. Zero, none. They do not exist. Shelby Nealy, when he was about 18 years of age, shared a poem with his friend Rachel Rigby, who you heard from.
Please don't.
The poem is in evidence, and I'm going to read it to you.
Oh, no.
And I apologize for some of the language, but
some of
it is
all of
what
it.
it is.
Count the words. Ready? Count with me.
Where the fuck are you, Dad? You're making me angry. You're making me sad. I just want you back so I can be happy, so I can be glad. I was your fucking little boy. I was your little lad. But no, not anymore. You're gone from this world, and you left me to fucking rot. Obviously, you didn't care about me a lot, because now I'm on the path of pain. The path alone was fucking trod, and this is all because of you, Father. Are you proud it ended this way? What the fuck were you thinking? What the fuck am I supposed to say? And why the fuck did you do it a day after my motherfucking birthday? Father, it's your love I crave. You said you were strong, you said you were brave, but motherfucker, I was the one kneeling before your grave. You said you were brave, you said you were strong, but goddammit, you were fucking wrong. Father, I would have helped you along. I should have fucking tried. But instead, you pulled the trigger and fucking died. Then everyone asked if I was okay.
I got 12.
This trial, members of the jury,
so we might be demonetized,
is about the most powerful human emotion, which is love. Shelby killed Jamie, Richard, Laura, and Nicholas, and it is the most horrific and inexcusable thing that he could do. And no family should ever have to suffer as his adult children who's been sitting here through this trial, or anyone else who loved the victims in this case. Why did it happen? I would propose to you that Shelby Nealy saw himself in a situation where he was going to lose custody of his children. He was going to lose his children after having killed his wife, the mother of his children, Jamie. What led to Shelby Nealy killing her? He's pled guilty to manslaughter. You know that, it's stipulated to. It suggests, I would say respectfully, that the facts were not so simple. They're not as Mr. Sarabia suggests. Rather, the story that Shelby tells when he's arrested in Ohio is probably the closest to the truth.
Nurse for God, thank you so much.
That
26 months on the jury.
Jamie was having a psychotic moment. She was threatening him with a knife. She was threatening to kill his daughter.
Thank you, Kim.
And after having been beat up again and again and again, he defended his daughter, he defended himself. Did he take it too far? He may have. But that's what happened, members of the jury. And there is evidence that's been presented to you in this case that supports that. You've seen evidence and heard witnesses testify from Ohio, from law enforcement members to people that Shelby worked with, right? And you heard about the behavior of Jamie. It's not about trashing Jamie. It's a terrible thing that happened, but we had to recognize that there is evidence that that in fact took place. The suggestion from Mr. Sarabia that Jamie was strictly just being a person who had no issues and no problems and never did anything violent to Shelby Nealy just doesn't make any sense. Shelby couldn't bear the thought of not being with them. Every horrific act that he did was so that in his mind he could get his kids and keep his kids, because he couldn't bear the thought of being without them. When he kills Jamie, and we're going to talk about why and how to the extent that we can, right? But when he kills Jamie and he leaves and he lives a lie for almost a year and he puts on a facade that everything is okay, he can't talk to anyone about it. He can't tell anyone the horrible thing that he did because he's afraid. Was it the right thing to do? Of course not. Should he have gone to law enforcement, turned himself in? Absolutely. Should he have contacted his mom and dad and said, I did a terrible thing, please, I need help, what do I do? But he didn't. Instead, he lived a lie. That's the trauma that you heard about in this courtroom. That's the trauma that he is suffering during that time period, because he doesn't know what to do. He's a young man. He's a young man who we know from the evidence, and you'll have medical records that you can look at, and I will talk about it here in a little bit. We know that he had traumatic brain injury at some point, potentially several times in his life. So I think it's important that we look at his life. And keep in mind, members of the jury, when you deliberate, when you go back into the deliberation room and talk about this case, you don't put your common sense aside, all right? You bring that with you. The law you will receive from the court. And we'll talk, and I'll talk about some of those aspects of the law, but you do not leave common sense behind. So let's talk about Shelby Nealy's life. He's born in August of 1993. You heard from his mother, Lisa, who's sitting here in the courtroom. She was on that witness stand the other day. She told you how she has a difficult time and has sort of pushed away the violence that she experienced when she was 17 and 18.
And we have a hiccup. Give me a second, we'll get the sound back.
18 years of age. She was recalling that violence. When she was recalling Shelby Nealy's father telling her that she's no good, telling her to crawl through broken glass while there was a gun at her head, and then grabbing Shelby Nealy from her arms, he's 10 months old, and taking him away from her. Mr. Sarabia will say, and you may say, well, he doesn't remember that. Well, we protect our children. Little children can sense when things are wrong. Little children can sense when things are not going as they should. Is it unreasonable that the reason, as Mom told you, that he seemed to have a fear of men until he finally was comfortable with his father, Paul, that may have something to do with Bobby? Absolutely. Now, Mr. Sarabia said, well, Bobby never did anything to Shelby. Well, there's no evidence that he did anything to Shelby, although we don't know what he may have done when he left that house in a rage and took little Shelby from his mother. We don't know. There's a lot of unknowns. But what we do know is that Lisa Svensson hid out in Texas in 1993, in August of 1993. Her home state, where she had grown up, where she wanted to live. She was in hiding and then had to leave. Leaving the state of Texas, and in her head, in her mind, hearing the words of Bobby, you're no good, you're never going to amount to anything. Fortunately, she's done well. During the early years, we've heard that Shelby is taken care of by his grandmother in Ohio. Seems to be doing okay. And then things start going sort of in a rough direction. He's not listening. He has ADHD. He didn't get medication right away, but he's having behavior problems. There's no doubt about it. And it's causing problems at home, right? He ends up in relationships that are toxic. Now, Mr. Sarabia wants you to believe that the only reason it's toxic is because the only person who's toxic is Shelby Nealy. I would respectfully suggest to you that's not what the evidence is. That's not what was presented to you, members of the jury. Let's take a look at some of it. And before we do, I want to remind you of one of the instructions that the court, that His Honor will tell you about. Regardless of the result of each juror's individual, remember in jury selection you all agreed that you would individually reach verdicts. Regardless of the result of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, right? So if you conclude that aggravators were there, and I will concede to you, there are sufficient aggravators here that have been proven that makes my client eligible for the death penalty, okay? So the next step after you look at the aggravators, then you look at the mitigators, okay? And you may find that there are many mitigators. You may find that there are few. You may find that they carry some weight. You may find that they carry a lot of weight. But regardless, even if you find that they carry no weight, and I would suggest that there are mitigators that carry weight, but even if you said that they carry no weight, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend or to reach a verdict that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. The law neither compels nor requires. Remember in jury selection, you will never, ever be required to vote for that. Each and every one of you agreed with that. Each and every one of you agreed that you could come in here today, or for the last 2 weeks, and you would not be an automatic. You knew that there was 3 premeditated murders that had been committed. You knew that Shelby Nealy had pled guilty to 3 murders. And you said, you can do it. We're not automatic. We will listen to everything, and we will make a decision at the end of the deliberations. I'm going to skip this because we're going to talk about the aftermath. There is evidence in this case.
We were 64% for death penalty.
Of mitigation and humanity. Mr. Sarabia questioned, how does it mitigate that Paul Svensson loves Shelby Nealy? How does it mitigate that Shelby Nealy loves his mom and she loves him? How does it mitigate that Maria Deliberato considers him a friend and a fellow human being? It matters because he's a fellow human. He is a life worth saving. And that is a consideration that you as jurors can take into consideration. Is Shelby Nealy someone whose life is worth saving? Would a punishment of life in prison without the possibility of parole potentially be a sufficient penalty in this case? And I would respectfully suggest to you, yes, absolutely it would be. Quite frankly, it might be a more difficult and a harsher sentence than the death penalty. Why? Well, you heard from Bonasco, and he described to you the difference between the 2 sentences. The privacy that Shelby Nealy's been enjoying for the past 6 years will not exist if he's serving a life sentence. He will be among other inmates. He will be one of 11,000 instead of one of just a few hundred. The notoriety will be gone. He will be a nobody compared to if he's on death row. Those are considerations that you can take into account, because it's okay, it's understandable for a jury to view Shelby Nealy as a monster based on what he did, right? But at the same time, we can also recognize that he's a fellow human being who has purpose, who can do good things for others. And that's why it's important. That's why it's relevant. That's why it's mitigation. I want to go through some of the interviews that took place on January 4th, 2019. Now, Mr. Sarabia would prefer, with all respect to Mr. Sarabia, but he would prefer that anything that Shelby Nealy said on January 4th, 2019, if it helps Mr. Sarabia, my God, give it your seal of approval and accept it all. But if it doesn't fit within his picture of what happened or didn't happen, then it's a lie. I would suggest to you it's not quite that simple. This interview, by the way, and I put the time in, it's 11:53:28 on January 4th, 2019. And Shelby says, "It is tough. I mean, breaks my heart every day, man. They were good people, and they didn't deserve that. And now it's almost as if it was all done for nothing. But I can't believe that. I have to believe that my kids are going to get a happy ending, and that I didn't sacrifice those people for no fucking reason. Because I know it's probably strange, but it hurts. It hurts my heart, I love my wife greatly. I stuck with her through thick and thin, I mean, I got beat every day, man. Sometimes with a hammer. There was one time with a shovel. I just stuck with her because I loved her and I loved my kids. And I just wanted her to get better. And of course, there was there was obviously different and better ways to go about things. I'm going to play this for you so you can hear it.
Thomas,
from
thank
Shelby
you very
himself.
much. Congratulations on winning the fish derby.
Now it's.
Are you able to hear it?
As if it was all done for nothing, but I can't believe that. You know, I have to believe that. I have to believe that my kids are going to get a happy ending, and that I didn't sacrifice those people for no fucking reason. No, I know it's probably strange, but it hurts. It hurts my heart. You know, I love my wife greatly. I stuck with her through thick and thin, you know. I mean, I got beat every day, man. Sometimes with a hammer. There was one time with a shovel. And I just stuck with her because I loved her and I loved my kids. And I just wanted her to get better. And of course, there was obviously different and better ways to go about things, but
this is during the same interview where Shelby Nealy has confessed to 3 murders. Not only does he confess to the 3 murders, he also tells law enforcement about another murder that at that point they did not have any information on. It was not solved, and he told them all. He told them everything. Is that important? Acceptance of responsibility. That's what that is. Acceptance of responsibility. He tells Detective Anderson. In fact, you may remember at the very beginning, it's like just cut through all the bull and let me tell you what's going on. Could he have easily said, you know, I'm not going to talk to you? Sure. In fact, he was advised. He was told that he has the absolute right to remain silent, but he didn't. He needed to get it off his chest. He needed to let Detective Anderson know what he'd done. And even Detective Anderson recognizes that it probably feels good to have been able to acknowledge what you did and take a step in the right direction. Since you can hear it, I'm not going to read this one. I'm just going to play it for you.
I just want them to have the happy ending. You know, after I killed my wife, I knew somewhere that there wasn't going to be a happy ending for me. But if I could just make a happy ending for them, that's all I cared about. I'm content with going to jail for my crimes and rotting for life, or however long this planet decides to hold up before we blow it up, or, you know, whatever the hell happens. I just want my kids okay. I just want them to have a good life.
That recording, by the way, if you want to go back and listen to it later, it's at 11:51:56.
The music I added. Jury didn't hear that. Sorry. I know I am wrong for that.
This
But
photo is in
I don't
evidence.
buy into, I think it's manipulation.
It's a photograph of Lisa and Shelby. Lisa is 18 years of age at the time. It's shortly after he was born. And he speaks about his mother. In fact, Detective Anderson starts out by saying, I guarantee your mother is like, there's no way that little boy, because I guarantee you, she still sees you as a certain age. You know, she's in her mind, she pictures my little Shelby. She's not picturing my grown adult Shelby's son. There's no possible way the boy that I raised could have done all this horrific stuff. I guarantee you that. And Shelby says, I didn't want to do this, sir. I promise you in my heart and soul, I didn't want to do this. Why is it important? It's important because it shows remorse.
I guarantee your mother is like, there's no way that that little boy, because I guarantee you, she still sees you as a certain age. You know, in her mind, she pictures my little Shelby. She's not picturing my grown adult Shelby's son. There's no possible way the boy that I raised could have done this horrific stuff. I guarantee that's, you know.
I didn't want to do this, sir. I promise you in my heart, in my soul, I did not want to do this.
And now
the next
random animation.
segment of the interview is at 030046 on January 4, 2019. And again, it's a conversation between Detective Anderson and Shelby Swenson, and I'm going to let you just listen to it.
Your love of your kids, right? Can't imagine. I have one child. Can't imagine. Can't imagine, you know, what you're going through and what you're, you know, what's going through mine. I just can't do it.
It just sucks, like laying in that bed. And I used to cuddle with them all the time because, you know, after her, I didn't really like cuddling or sleeping with women, but my kids, oh man, I loved cuddling with them. Oliver, he just loves just coming over and sitting on my lap.
Makes your day, right?
Yeah.
I used to tell people all the time, I could have the worst day in the world. When I go home and I see my kids, I forget about everything. Is that how you are, kind of?
They definitely helped me out with this year.
Yeah.
And I think somewhere in my head, I always knew I was going to get caught, to be honest with you. I was like, I've always been ready for this moment. That's why I've always told myself, if they catch me, there's no point in lying.
Perfect timing.
And next to the video, you'll see Shelby on the ground. That photo is also in evidence with his daughter Mackenzie. And the next one, Bella and Oliver. I recognize that there are some photos and evidence that were taken from the scene where the murders took place, and that's terrible and it's sad. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't love his children. Obviously, for this to happen is a terrible thing, and it should not have happened, but it did, and that's why we're here, and that's why Shelby Nealy, by pleading guilty, has forfeited his right to live among us. He has forfeited his right to ever be able to be with his children again. Now, when they become adults, if they choose, if you as a jury allow Shelby Nealy to rot in prison, to die in prison, but they want to, as adults, if they want to go and they want to talk to him, they want to say why, then he could have contact. But that's it. Only from behind prison walls. I have another segment, and again, this deals with remorse. And I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to play it. And I'm going to read it because when I read it, it's also part of the record. I just tried to focus on that because this is Shelby Swenson talking, on that, because that's who that woman was at the end of the day. You know, she just had a side of her that she couldn't control. And if you're wondering if I hate myself every day for these horrendous acts I committed, it's obvious I do hate myself. I mean, I didn't hate myself. If I didn't hate myself, I wouldn't be here I would be here trying to lie to get myself out of this situation. Detective Anderson says, well, Swenson says, like I am with any other situation, referring to, he lies a lot. He recognizes that he lies a lot. Like we discussed before, I mean, you just made some horrible choices. Yes, he did. He made some absolutely horrible, horrific choices. Detective Anderson goes on to say, you know, I mean, and in your mind, I think you built it up to where those were the only choices you could make. He thought he was going to kill his babies. He killed Jamie, and then he lived alive for 10 months. Horrible decision, horrible choices. Detective Anderson goes on to say, that doesn't make you a monster. You know, a monster is when you do something like if you just snuck into their house and killed them for no reason, no remorse. I just did it because I wanted to. I'm going to play that for you.
Every day for these horrendous acts I committed. It's obvious I do hate myself. I mean, if I didn't hate myself, I would be sitting here trying to lie to you to get myself out of this situation.
Well,
like I would with any other situation. But
like we discussed before, I mean, you just made some horrible choices. You know, I mean, in your mind, I think you built it up to where those are the only choices you could make. That doesn't make you a monster. You know, a monster is when you do something, like if you just snuck into their house, killed them for absolutely no reason, no remorse, I just did it because I wanted to.
Now, is it possible that Detective Anderson is saying that he has no remorse and he doesn't really mean it? It's possible. But I would suggest to you that it comes across sincere, and I think it's okay for you to evaluate that and say, we believe that when Detective Anderson said that you're remorseful, that he was sincere. Acceptance of responsibility, I mentioned that again, and here's another clip that deals with acceptance of responsibility. This is at 2/16/26 on January 4th, 2019, and this is Detective Anderson's statement. It's much appreciated because in cases like this, everybody has theories of what happened. You know, my theory could be one way, another detective is going to be another way, and the crime scene technician that's there, they're going to have their theories, you know? And you know, when you get first-hand account of the person that did it,
this is funny.
You know for a fact what happened. It's not a guess anymore.
He's using the cop's interrogation technique words as a mitigating factor for his client.
It's much appreciated because in cases like this, everybody has theories of what happened. You know, my theory is going to be one way, another detective's is going to be another way, and the crime scene technician that's there, they're going to have their theories. You know?
You're correct. It was not a live stream.
You know, when you get a first-hand account of the person that did it, you know for a fact what happened. It's not a guess anymore.
Eddie, good catch on that one.
The next clip is from the second interview recording. It's at 12/13/58 on January 4th. You may recall this. This is where he's on the telephone speaking with his mother. He says, yeah, on you, when I was talking to the detective, he was telling me that they were going to be seeing if you guys are a good, stable home for them, which you know, everything is. All your I's are dotted and all your T's are crossed. I mean, you've been at the house for like 19 years now. So you have had a stable place, stable jobs, you know, everything you guys will be good with. You guys will be good with that. The only thing that sucks is my kids are in CPS right now. And that really hurts me. Please, when you get my kids, take care of them and love them. And you may recall there's breaks in this where mom is talking and we can't hear what mom says. I know, but I really need you to give it some thought and some serious consideration. So, because these kids need you, Mom. My kids need you so much. That's basically, they tracked me down and got me at the house and then brought me to the police station. Are you there? I'll probably be getting extradited to Florida here soon within the week. No, Mom, they died. They figured out who did it, and then they caught me. Mom, I know you don't understand, but please don't hang up on me, and please continue loving me. Now, Mr. Sarabian in his closing suggested that was selfish by Shelby, that all he cared about was himself. I would suggest that it's a genuine desire from someone who knows that, man, has he done a lot of wrong things, particularly during that last year, but a genuine desire on his part to give his children a chance. And that's why he was begging his mom to please take care of my children. I'm going to play that for you.
There's a spider building a web on the back of my fan. I think only bad things
can happen. He was telling me that they're going to be seeing if you guys are a good, stable home for them, which you know, everything is, all your I's are dotted and all your T's are crossed. I mean, you've been at that house for like 19 years now, so you've had a stable place, stable jobs, you know, everything. You guys will be good with that. The only thing that sucks is my kids are in CPS right now, and that like really hurts me. Please, when you get my kids, take care of them and love them. Well, Mom, would you raise my kids if they gave you my kids?
At some point, I must have changed it from usual one that short over there. Might have been the last time I screwed up and they made me change it to be in.
I know. I know, but I really need you to give it some thought and some serious consideration because these kids need you. Granny Debbie is not a good woman when it comes to all that stuff. You are the best mom that I know. You are, and I mean that with my whole heart. My kids need you, Mom. My kids need you so much. Basically they tracked me down and got me at the house and then brought me to the police station. I'll probably, are you there? I'll probably be getting expedited to Florida here soon, within this week.
Yeah, you're supposed to assault them and call them.
No, Mom. They died, and they figured out who did it, and then they caught me.
Yeah. This morning, they're going to be gone for the day before long. Well, on Friday, when you first got there, I said, not that,
I know you don't understand, but
I'm pretty good.
please don't hang up on me, and please continue loving me.
Mr. Sarabia made a comment in his closing argument about the delays between the arrest and when Shelby Nealy entered guilty plea to the manslaughter, guilty plea to the 3 first-degree murder charges, that he's here before you for sentencing. He talked about the delay, and there's no evidence that's been presented to you about the delay, and you shouldn't speculate on that. Lawyers take a lot of time to do a lot of stuff, as you know. I mean, nothing moves fast in this setting, and so if you want to point the finger at anyone, you point the finger at me, you point the finger at his lawyers, but you don't point the finger at Shelby Nealy. Shelby Nealy, from day one, admitted his involvement. And then on December 13th, I believe it was, 2023, he pled guilty. He pled guilty to the manslaughter charge. And he pled guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder without a guarantee, without a promise of what the sentence would be. He certainly could have exercised his right to a trial. He could have required the state of Florida to prove the case against him beyond a reasonable doubt. He could have enjoyed the burden of proof that jurors would be advised about, that is, that they had to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt, and that he has to be presumed innocent. But he did not. He accepted responsibility, and to the extent that he could, tried to assist in providing some sort of closure. Dr. Heather Holmes testified, as did several other experts in this case. And Dr. Heather Holmes sort of gave you a sort of a big picture of Shelby Nealy's life. She indicated that he was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, that he had dependent personality disorder, and that he's been taking Lexapro, which is a antidepressant medication, for years. Now, there are other records that corroborate, and they're in evidence, that corroborate Dr. Holmes's diagnosis. The suggestion is made by the state of Florida that because these experts are being paid, that you should disregard their testimony. That's not something you should do. You heard that each and every one of them were authorized by the courts, paid at rates that are customary. And so the suggestion that just because they're being paid, like everyone else is being paid that's in here, jurors don't really get enough pay, but everyone else is getting paid. The bottom line is, they could have called their own experts if they wanted to. They chose not to. One of the things that Dr. Holmes talks about is how he's constantly getting himself in these toxic relationships and how he has difficulties with his emotions and with working things out and behaving appropriately when faced with challenges, emotional challenges and what have you. You heard from Dr. James Campbell. He is a trauma expert. Now, you recall Dr. Holmes, and the state is correct. When Dr. Holmes evaluated Shelby Nealy, Dr. Holmes did not find PTSD. Okay? But that's not her primary area of expertise. Her primary area of expertise, or one of her areas of expertise, deals with sexual abuse type cases. And so she's the one that initially talks to Shelby Nealy about the sexual abuse. Dr. Campbell comes in, and he's talking primarily about trauma. And he talks about the sexual abuse by the stepmother. Mr. Sarabia, I apologize if I misheard it. You rely on your notes. You rely on your memory. But I think he made some reference to porno fantasy in his closing. At the very least, making light of the idea that it's not really sexual abuse because Shelby Nealy probably enjoyed it. That was the implication. That was the suggestion. Sort of a Mrs. Robinson type of a scenario. But what do we know from the experts? He may have, the physical act itself, he may not have viewed himself as a victim, right? But there is a reason we have laws. There's a reason that doctors consider it abuse when there is such a big age discrepancy between an adult and a minor. And the reason is that when you're young, you can't handle the emotional aspect of it as well. That's one of the reasons. And I would suggest to you that if I ever went to Mr. Sarabia with that type of a case, where my client is charged with having sexual activity or sexual conduct with a minor, he would kick me out of his office. He would kick me out of his office if I came with that proposal on that type of a case. It is correct that we primarily rely on the statements of Shelby Nealy to prove that sexual abuse took place. It's correct that the perpetrator didn't come and testify, I abused my stepson. Didn't come and say I had consensual sexual intercourse with my stepson. That's correct. So what do we have other than Shelby Nealy's statement that corroborates the idea that, you know what, maybe it did happen? I would suggest to you there are several things from the record that supports the idea that it happened. The primary thing is how he reacted when his father shot and killed himself the day after his 17th birthday. Now, he didn't tell anyone about it. He didn't check it off on the form. But both, I believe, Dr. Holmes and Dr. Campbell said that's normal. People generally don't like to talk about those type of things. He may not even recognize that that was a thing at the time. It was consensual. But as a society, we recognize, as doctors, they recognize that that's not something that we approve on because it is damaging, it hurts. It has the potential of really hurting young teenagers and children. Another piece of evidence that I would respectfully suggest to you supports the idea that it in fact happened is that he didn't want his mom to know. He didn't want his mom to feel bad about the fact that he went to Texas because Mom was worried about him going to Texas. Mom was worried, and she was assured by the stepmother that everything is okay now. It's okay now. And that, she trusted that. But Shelby Nealy didn't want her to know. He didn't want her to feel any worse than what she already did about what's happened and where she is. The suggestion again and again and again in the closing argument of Mr. Sarabia was that Jamie Ivancic never did anything wrong. It was all Shelby Nealy. Recall the testimony of retired Deputy Fox from Palm Beach. Now, granted, she didn't really remember a lot of details, but I asked her, when you prepare a report, Do you put down details in case you ever have to come to court and testify? She said yes. Do you make sure it's accurate? Yes. She said Jamie Ivanka appeared completely out of control when she arrived. She was sitting on the ground, very uncooperative. And it was said that she had said she was going to kill herself and her unborn baby. And she was Baker Acted. Baker Acted meaning involuntarily hospitalized. Law enforcement doesn't just do that unless there is a reason for it. Dr. Woe is a neuropsychologist who came here and testified before you. Now, quite frankly, I don't know that I really understand everything that he said. Quite frankly, I don't. But what we do know is that that's his area of expertise, right? He's gone to school, he testified, he's been recognized as an expert throughout the country in courts, and he said that the standardized testing that he did, the intelligence testing and the memory expert throughout the country in courts, and he said that the standardized testing that he did, the intelligence testing and the memory testing, while a lot of it was within the normal range, there were discrepancies. Discrepancies that means that from his perspective, as a neuropsychologist, he believes there's a red flag that there's evidence of traumatic brain injury. Okay? On the right side. In the same area where you have trouble, the same troubles that the Dr. Holmes talked about, right? Do we disregard his testimony because he was paid? No. The state of Florida had every opportunity to call their own witness, their own expert, if they believed that his testimony was inaccurate or faulty. There's also medical history that corroborates Dr. Woe.
We're 50 minutes
There is
in.
medical records from the Metro Health Center in Cleveland, Ohio, that corroborates the head injury, where it is suggested in the records, and you'll be able to look at those records, that a CAT scan was done, that there was intracranial bleeding, that neurosurgery was recommended to be held and for him to be held and observed, and that he signed out against medical advice. Poor judgment, right? He should have stayed. He should have made sure that he got the proper treatment. But that doesn't change the fact that there's evidence of traumatic brain injury. When you look at the Metro Health pages, look at pages 157 through 162. This is for the December 16, 2012 visit, and you'll see those records. Another record that corroborates Dr. Woe's testimony is from St. Vincent Hospital from October 8, 2016. Again, not only does it corroborate head trauma, but it also corroborates the diagnosis of Dr. Holmes that he suffers from a major depressive disorder. All of this is important because it gives us some insight into why he's making such poor choices. And that it's not all just sitting down and thinking about it and this is what I'm going to do. Whoops.
Whoops.
Again,
the record.
The expert fees, the witness fees, paid for by the state of Florida with court approval, and the prosecution could have called their own experts and chose not to. Why?
Jax does cap
Maria
Deliberato, 10 to 15,000, I think.
Assistant public defender, used to represent Shelby Nealy, Executive Director of Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty.
And book reviewer
Friend
extraordinaire.
And considers him family. Some of the nuggets from her testimony was she's never had a case where the kids did not reach out for answers when they became adults. And Shelby Nealy is more than the worst thing he's ever done. He writes letters and cards for his two youngest children, Bella and Oliver, because he's not allowed to have contact with them. But he writes them and asks Maria, please hold the letters for me, please hold the cards for me, so that if they ever reach out, if they ever want some information from me, you have it and you can share it with them. The prosecution, in their effort to challenge this witness, talks about the fact that he's against the death penalty. It doesn't mean that he's going to come in here and lie. Suggested that she has some tattoo on her neck that she doesn't have. Is that the best they could do?
The neck tattoo was brought up.
Grace Hannah. The suggestion was made that it's, she's getting paid and that's why she's doing this work, but the reality is that she was volunteering her time to type up the manuscript of the book. The book that she, quite frankly, doesn't think is that good. Certainly not her type of book. Just like Lisa, Shelby's mom, not her type of book. But nevertheless, she decided to volunteer her time for about a year.
It was her yes year.
In 2024, to help him type up a manuscript of a book that he had wanted to publish, self-publish. She indicated that she volunteers for the Floridians for Alternatives to the Death Penalty because she herself had a family who was a victim of a brutal murder.
She didn't tell that part,
and
actually.
because she recognizes the humanity of her fellow humans. Raul Bonasco.
There was an objection that was sustained.
39 years working in corrections. Recognized as an expert in state and federal courts throughout the state of Florida and the United States. Now, he told you about the difference between general population and death row. We think it's important for you to know, to have an idea of what exactly is it that you're being asked to do. What exactly will happen depending on what you do. And that was the purpose of his testimony, to give you some insight into what life is like in general population versus death row. He told you that when you're in general population, you're working a 60-hour work week. You probably start out pushing a lawnmower in 100-degree weather. You have no privacy. You're looking over your shoulder because you're not alone. There are 11,000 plus inmates in the Florida Department of Corrections serving life sentences. They're anonymous. They're nobody. You have to share access to the television. Your meals are had in the chow hall. And while you have to work, you have no access to tools that can be used as weapons. Makes sense.
Specifically hammers.
What did he tell you about death row? He said it's the bed and breakfast of the Department of Correction. You have your own private room, private sink and toilet. Not allowed and not required to work. You're allowed contact visits. You have access to your own tablet, like an iPad type of thing, and your own television 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you're part of a very small number of people, 267 individuals. He told you that regardless of whether or not you are in general population on a life sentence without parole or on death row, you will die in prison. You may recall that there were some questions about some hypothetical scenario where maybe that would not happen. Do not be fooled by that. His Honor will advise you that a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole is exactly that. Shelby Nealy would die in prison. The difference is, if he's in general population, he doesn't have a private room. He has to work. Now, Mr. Sarabia, I can't remember if it was Mr. Sarabia or Mr. Doig, but questioned Bonasco about, well, that doesn't really benefit anyone that they're working. Well, yeah, it does, because it saves on taxpayer funds. The image in this slide is the alternative sentence, the gurney, because you heard about from Mr. Bonasco that if you're sentenced to death, when you arrive on death row, and you don't go through the regular processing, you go straight to death row. When you arrive on death row, they give you an option. The default option is, at some point, you are executed via lethal injection. But they also give you the option where you can choose one time to be executed in Old Sparky or the electric chair instead.
Old Sparky. You can choose one time. That's because after your first time, you're usually done. They don't need to do it again. You only get
when you go back to deliberate, I want you to take your time. I know it's 3:45 on a Friday afternoon. We talked about that in jury selection, about we're not going to rush it. It's your time. It's your decision how much time you take. But you should fully deliberate and discuss the evidence and the verdict. While the verdict ultimately is an individual verdict, it's important that you discuss it, that you recognize and respect that everyone can have different opinions on the matter. And keep in mind, if 7 jurors vote for that and 5 jurors vote for life, that's a life sentence. In order for a death sentence to be imposed, it requires 8 jurors.
8 of the 12.
One of the instructions that the court will read you you'll get this. You'll get this to take back with you. You'll be able to look at it, read it again and again. But one of the things that's in there is a statement that before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring the best judgment to bear in reaching your decision. You heard from Lisa Svensson yesterday on the witness stand. You saw her. You saw the heartbreak that she's experiencing. And I would just tell you again, respectfully, that her love for her son, his love for his mother, matters. It matters. And I'm not going to ask you for mercy for Shelby Nealy. You know, mercy, I would suggest, is bestowed and it's not earned. And certainly, his mother has done nothing wrong. But I'm going to ask you to bestow mercy in sentencing Shelby Nealy to life in prison without possibility of parole for his mother. You heard from Paul Swenson yesterday. He was on that witness stand. He struggled a little bit. I would suggest to you he struggled because he loves Shelby Nealy, despite what he's done. He agrees. He agrees that Shelby Nealy should never, ever walk out of prison doors, and nor will he ever walk out of a prison door. In fact, when we're done here today, he will never wear a sweater and a nice shirt like that again. He'll be ushered to the Florida Department of Correction, where he'll be issued a uniform, whether he's on death row or serving life in prison. The fact that Paul Swenson, who remembers when he first met Shelby, it was his third date, I believe, with his wife. And he didn't have any toys. I mean, he was single. He had just gotten out of the Marine Corps, and so he bought a bunch of toys. And Shelby really liked the Tonka truck. And that's a memory that Paul will always treasure. But for Paul, I ask that you consider mercy. Shelby Nealy will die in prison. A verdict of life in prison without parole is a just verdict.
Last picture.
Consider mercy. The instruction that deals with mercy is the instruction that basically says, even if you get to that final point, even if you get to that point where you have decided that the aggravators outweigh the mitigators, right? Even if you find that there were no mitigators, right? When you get to that point, you then make an individual decision. Is this the case? Is this the case that calls for the death penalty? And I would respectfully suggest to you, it is not. It is not. And I ask for mercy, not for Shelby, but for Bella and Oliver, for Mackenzie, for Lisa and Paul, and for many others who value Shelby as a fellow human being. He can help others, and he should be allowed to die of natural causes and sit and think about what he did for the rest of his life. Thank you.
Thank you.
1 minute, or sorry, 1 hour and 6 minutes.
10-minute comfort break, and then we'll come back, and I will instruct you on the law. Again, please do not discuss the case. We actually go back and deliberate, which is not yet an action. So a brief comfort break.
Right, a brief comfort break called for by the judge as he preps his jury instructions. Defense used a third of the time that prosecution used in their closing, which was more in line with what we're used to seeing for closings. An hour long is hour and a half. That's pretty standard. What they did not do, as Shelby looks back and smiles at his family, what they did not do is make a list of all 36 mitigating factors, which they addressed to the judge, everything from third grade math to the infamous stepmother incident. So,
all right, we'll see you in 10 minutes. All right.
She'll be wearing the sweater vest for the last time, as the defense pointed out. Someone else will get to wear that sweater vest when their date in court comes up, as that appears to be some clothing that the jail has in the closet available for people who choose to wear civilian clothes to their trial. No verdict today. I'm beginning to wonder if we're ever going to have deliberation. I think that the judge is inclined to let them deliberate today. because he knows that these can be very quickly. He's got experience in these situations. He knows that these verdicts can come back very quickly. Whereas if we're talking about the guilt and innocence phase, it takes more time. But this one can come back very quickly. Why? Because it doesn't have to be unanimous, for one. That's a huge factor in reducing the time for deliberation. They might vote right now and be like, all right, we are where we are, and that returns a verdict and say we're done. So this could be very, very quick. We'll do a poll in a bit. I think if he does allow deliberation, let's see, it's going to be 10 minutes. It's going to be 4 o'clock when they start. He'll probably be to 4:30. It's going to be close. It's going to be nearly 5, I think. Probably 4:45 or 5 before the jury has the evidence with them in the jury deliberation room and the forms and everything else submitted to them. So I don't know if he'll start deliberations at 5 or just say, let's just think on it, or don't think about it over the weekend. Just think of anything else but the trial over the weekend. Come back on Monday and we'll get this underway. Are they sequestered? I don't think they've asked for sequestration. I think the judge was hoping we would be further along and have this one finished today. So we're a little behind because the jurors had only been vetted for 2 weeks, right? So I think he'll give them the option of starting tonight, maybe. I'd hate to be sequestered over the weekend. Yeah. End of July? Summertime. I don't know where the little spider went. I told you there was a spider that was climbing up. I could see it because it was in the light from my light that I have there. But it was climbing a web attached to the back of my fan. The fan is pointed at me, spinning at a high rate of speed. And I'm thinking he probably got sucked into the fan, which would then mean he's over here somewhere. Try not to think about that part. Let's see. Raina gifted 10 memberships. Raina, thank you so much. Absolutely amazing. Kevin says, abolish the death penalty. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of states that feel that way. A lot of states have done away with the death penalty. The spider's into extreme sports. This is an adrenaline rush. How close to the fan can it get? I have to say, exposure therapy has helped me with spiders. No. Nope. I'm going to stop right there, Mel. No. Don't like that. I remember a long time ago when RA found a bug and needed the Southern Febreze. I'll have you know, I found and successfully eradicated a bug in my studio last night. And I didn't yell once. But Flip Flop Florida Gal says, RA, how do I tell if I'm a member? You would show up in green on the screen when you look in chat. As your name pulls up in chat, it would be green. That would show you're a member. You can become a member one of 2 ways. Either you could be gifted a membership if you happen to be the lucky recipient when somebody gifts memberships, or you could purchase one yourself. Those are the 2 ways. The memberships last a month long. Before you can be gifted a membership, you have to tell YouTube that you're willing to accept one, should one become available and it be magically attached to your name in the magical matching process that YouTube does behind the scenes. If you scream, does Mrs. R.A. come kill it for you? No, it's pretty much the other way. I think I'm more brave when it comes to bugs than she is, which is not saying much for either of us. If you click this link, if you are not sure, it will take you to a page where you can move the slider button to the right, telling YouTube you are, in fact, wishing to receive or willing to accept a gifted membership if one comes your way. That's pretty much as far as you can go to make it happen. Other than that, being active in chat, liking the stream, subscribing to the channel, which is required to talk, and I'm sharing it, commenting, things like that, being involved. I think all these things may play into the algorithm that YouTube takes into account when it awards the gifted memberships. Do you think we'll get a verdict tonight? Karen, if the jury was going back to deliberate right now, like if jury instructions were done and they were headed back right now, I would say yes. I think it can be done in an hour. But it needs to be an hour of them having everything in front of them. And I just don't know. Add an hour to where we are right now. Okay, so in a few minutes, they're going to come back, read jury instructions. It's probably going to take 15 minutes at the minimum, half an hour at the tops. All right? It's going to take as long as that is. And then the jury is going to be, sent out and charged and sent out, and then they're going to say, all right, we make sure we've got everything together, we're going to take it, we're going to haul it down and make sure all our ducks in a row, they have all the evidence, they have the clean laptop so they can watch the videos and everything. That gets pushed in there. It's going to be at least 15 minutes there, so they only get about 15 minutes of deliberation time according to that schedule tonight. And I don't think that's enough, because they have to pick a jury foreman if the judge doesn't do that, and probably read the instructions a time or two. And plus, there might be somebody who's just like, oh my goodness, I finally want to talk about this, and they might just talk about, holy cow, can you believe that lady that told us his book is great? You said not unanimous. What does it need to be? 8 people. 8 people have to choose.
A couple extras if you need them.
They are for the death penalty. Otherwise, it will be life without parole.
No problem.
Megasaurus X member for 22 months. OG, just say no to spiders. Thank you. I agree. I actually love North Carolina because there are so few spiders here. It's one of the few I've seen. We probably see maybe one a month.
Let's bring our jurors back in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Reload says, how would you respond if you found out an inmate watched you daily from prison with a contraband phone? Would you allow them to call in? That would be interesting. I probably would not want them to call in, because if I knew they were doing something wrong and publicized it, could get a lot of people in trouble. And I'm not one to be like, hey, you're not allowed to do that. I'm going to let the jail handle their own rules. Okay, I'm not going to be like, this guy has a phone. That's not me. And him calling in would probably could lead to that. I've never had an inmate call into the show. I think most of those calls are collect, or you have to have money on your account to call out. I don't think the show can afford collect calls from inmates right now. So there's that. It would be interesting. I'm sure there's some, in the right situation. Oh, speak of the. Let's see who this is. Hello. It's trying to connect. Hello. Oh, it disconnected. What nationality is the defense guy? I've heard he's from Norway. Norwegian. Yeah, I kan ikke snakke norsk.
John Jurors in the jury box proceeding. Very good.
Ayden's calling.
As I said before, members of the jury, when you go back to deliberate, you'll be able to take with you any and all evidence introduced in the case, your notes, the verdict forms, which I'll go over at the end of the jury instructions, and each and every one of you will be able to take back with you a written copy of the jury instructions. Every one of you should have a written copy of those jury instructions right now, and I'm going to go ahead and read those to you. I think most people can process information better if they read along while I am reading the jury instructions. If you're the kind of person who processes information better just by listening, you can do that. But as I said, I think most people process information better if they read along. If you're going to read along, please read along with me and don't read ahead or read behind, okay? All right, so the first page is the title page. I'm not going to read that. The second page is entitled Introduction to Final Instructions, and that's where we'll start. Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence and the argument of counsel. Now you must decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, or to death for each count. Aggravating factors. In making your decision, you must first unanimously determine whether the aggravating factors alleged by the state have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must not consider any other facts as an aggravating factor other than what has been alleged and proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The aggravating factors alleged by the state are as follows. Now, all four of these are an issue for all three victims except number 3, which is an issue only for Nicholas Ivanchik and Richard Ivanchik, and it's not an issue for Laura Ivanchik. But I'll go ahead and explain that here momentarily. First aggravating factor alleged. Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. The crime of murder in the first degree is a capital felony. The crime of manslaughter is a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Number 2, the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. And number 3, again, this is an issue for Richard Ivanchik and Nicholas Ivanchik only, and not for Lauren. The first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to, or even enjoyment of, the suffering of others. The kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to Richard Ivanchik and or Nicholas Ivanchik. And number 4, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. The killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, in order for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, although insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. The state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to disregard an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that it exists. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the aggravating factor does exist. A finding that an aggravated factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each alleged aggravating factor exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor for each victim, and you should indicate whether you find each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. For each victim, if you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty, and your deliberations are complete. If, however, you unanimously find at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is eligible for the death penalty, and you must consider additional matters to determine whether the appropriate penalty should be life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death sentence. Victim impact evidence. You have heard evidence about the impact of this murder on the family, friends, and community of Laura Ivanchik, Richard Ivanchik, and Nicholas Ivanchik. This evidence was presented to show the victims' uniqueness as individuals and the resultant loss by the deaths of Laura Ivanchik, Richard Ivanchik, and Nicholas Ivanchik.
Barbie,
However,
welcome.
You may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. Mitigating circumstances. First, each of you must determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not appropriate in this case. It is the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Mitigating circumstances need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the defendant need only prove a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that more likely than not tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by the greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstance exists, you must consider it proven and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive. You need not reach a unanimous decision about whether the defendant has proven the existence of a mitigating circumstance. Any juror persuaded as to the existence of a mitigating circumstance must consider it in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances you may consider are, number one, the first-degree murder was committed while Shelby Nealy was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Number two, the capacity of Shelby Nealy to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired. Number three, Shelby Nealy's age at the time of the crime. Number four, the existence of any other factors in Shelby Nealy's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty, including but not limited to the following. There are 38 of these. Number one, Shelby Nealy immediately gave up his right to remain silent when he was arrested. Number two, Shelby Nealy immediately confessed to the murder of Richard Ivanchik, Laura Ivanchik, and Nicholas Ivanchik. Number three, Shelby Nealy immediately confessed to killing Jamie Ivanchik, which was unsolved. Number four, Shelby Nealy pled guilty and accepted responsibility for the three murders in this case. Number five, Shelby Nealy pled guilty to the lesser offense of manslaughter for Jamie Ivanchik. Number six, Shelby Nealy's mother experienced domestic violence before, during, and after Shelby's birth and had to escape that relationship. Number seven, Shelby Nealy was sexually abused by his stepmother at age 15. Number eight, Shelby Nealy's biological father had rejected him and abandoned him as a child. Number nine, Shelby Nealy's father committed suicide one day after the defendant's 17th birthday, and Shelby was inconsolable and believed it was his fault. Number 10, Shelby Nealy is loved by his stepfather, Paul Svensson, who accepts Shelby as his own son. Number 11, Shelby Nealy experienced homelessness. Number 12, Shelby Nealy loves his children, and he was very protective and concerned about his children when he was arrested and during his interviews. Number 13, Shelby Nealy was a victim of domestic violence by Jamie Ivanchik. Number 14, Shelby Nealy was immature and naive. Number 15, during the last 6 years, Shelby Nealy has spent his time constructively, including writing a self-published book. Number 16, should Shelby Nealy have any proceeds from publishing his book, he would like those proceeds to go to his mother and children. Number 17, Shelby Nealy has received no disciplinary infractions since his arrest. Number 18, corrections staff at the jail have commented that they wish they had inmates as well behaved as Shelby Nealy. Number 19, Shelby Nealy was diagnosed with ADHD when he was 6, but was not started on his medication until the 3rd grade. Number 20, Shelby Nealy was held back in school. Number 21, Shelby Nealy was expelled from school in the 11th grade because of his behavior. Number 22, Shelby Nealy got his GED since his arrest. Number 23, Shelby Nealy got his certificate for a paralegal degree since his arrest. Number 24, Shelby Nealy has been Baker Acted 5 times, the first time when he was 19. Number 25, Shelby Nealy is diagnosed with major depressive disorder. Number 26, Shelby Nealy is diagnosed with dependent personality disorder. Number 27, Shelby Nealy has been prescribed antidepressants for most of his adult life. Number 28, Shelby Nealy is diagnosed with PTSD. Number 29, Shelby Nealy loves his brother Alex, who had stage 4 cancer. Number 30, Shelby Nealy scored in the memory section of the standardized neurological testing in the first percentile, which means 99% of the population score higher than he does. Number 31, Shelby Nealy has had neurological testing that reports that his brain is abnormal. Number 32, Shelby Nealy has had head injuries, which resulted in a split IQ, which only occurs in 4% of the population. Number 33, Shelby Nealy has suffered traumatic brain injury to the right hemisphere of the brain, which impairs his ability to regulate emotions, social comportment, and perceptual reasoning. Number 34, in 2012, at the age of 19, Shelby Nealy was choked, fell, and hit his head, causing intracranial bleeding with neurosurgery consult recommended, but he left the hospital. 35, Shelby Nealy has expressed concern for the safety of his family and friends. Number 36, Shelby Nealy expressed regret and remorse in his confession. Number 37, Shelby Nealy can serve a purpose by helping other inmates in prison. Number 38, Shelby Nealy loves his mother and is loved by his mother.
Last one. There you go.
Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: number 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Number 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Number 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Number 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Number 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Number 6, Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Number 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the parties have met their respective burdens of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses they have called or upon the number of exhibits they have offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented.
Pamela, thank you so much.
The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness.
Just past 15 minutes.
The defendant exercised the fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Statements claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court have been introduced into evidence. Such statements should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain they were freely and voluntarily made. If you conclude that the defendant made the statement, you must also determine from the evidence whether the defendant's statement was freely and voluntarily made. In making this determination, you should consider the circumstances, including but not limited to, number 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened to get him to make the statement. And number 2, whether anyone had promised him anything to get him to make the statement. If you conclude that the defendant made the out-of-court statement, but it was not freely and voluntarily made, then you should disregard it. Weighing process. The final step in the process is for the jury to determine whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. And again, that's the possibility, or that's life in prison without the possibility of parole. In making your decision, you must weigh all the following factors. Number 1, whether sufficient aggravating factors exist, and number 2, whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh the proven mitigating circumstances. The process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or mathematical process. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. The law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in your decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is to be given to a particular aggravating factor or mitigating circumstance. Regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. The verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You will be provided with verdict forms for each victim to reflect your decisions. The fact that a jury can make its decision on a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings. Before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your decisions. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, the court must sentence the defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court. However, I am required to assign and give great weight and deference to your recommendation. All right, at this point, I'm going to go ahead and step down because you might be able to understand these verdict forms a little bit better.
What? Judge says I'd like to use the Elmo? I've never seen this.
It's also good for my back, by the way.
Doing a little courtroom yoga?
3 different counts, 3 different victims, and then we have a verdict form for each one. So we have 3 different verdict forms. First, we'll go over the verdict form for count 1, and that victim is Laura Ivanchik. So there are 3 aggravating factors that are at issue for Laura Ivanchik. All right, and we know it's for Laura because it says count 1 up here, and it also has her name in parentheses, so there's no confusion there. So it's a little bit like an income tax return, but it's a lot more simple than that. All right. So we have A up here, aggravating factors. It says, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Right, if all 12 of you, there's 14 of you now, it's going to go down to 12. So if all 12 of you agree that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, then you check yes. If not all 12 of you find that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, then you check no.
I thought that was a stipulation.
The second one for Laura Ivanchik is, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Again, same thing. If all 12 of you find that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, check yes. If all 12 of you don't, check no. Here's the third aggravating factor at issue. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. If all 12 of you find that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, check yes. If all 12 of you don't, check no. Now, if you check no to all of these, then the defendant's not eligible for the death penalty, and then the foreperson will go ahead and sign the verdict form. Okay? However, if you check any aggravating factors, 1, 2, or 3, then you go on to B. Okay? B says this, jury recommendation. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. All right, and then this tells you here in this paragraph what it is you're supposed to do. And we've gone over this in the preliminary instructions or dire, we just went over it, but here it is again. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstance exists. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. So if 7 or fewer of you, in other words, if less than 8 of you vote for the death penalty, then it is a vote for life. And then you check the first option here. We, the jury, find Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, if 8 or more of you vote for the death penalty, then you check the one at the bottom. We, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank, and then you put, obviously, the vote in there. Obviously, in a situation like that, it would either be 4, 9-3, 10-2, 11-1, or 12-0. That Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. And then the foreperson signs and dates the verdict. There's a line for the foreperson to sign his or her name, and then in case the foreperson has handwriting like I do, there's a line to print it so that we can read it. So I'll go over the duties of the foreperson momentarily. All right, then we have one for Richard. This is count 2. I'll just briefly go over the aggravating factors since I think you get the idea. The first one, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Again, if you all agree that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, check yes. If not all of you do, check no. And then the same thing with the next one. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. The same thing. Now, for Richard Ivanchik and for Nicholas Ivanchik, there's an additional aggravating factor for you to consider. And here it is. It's not for Laura, but it's for the other two. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. So if you find that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, all 12 of you check yes. If all 12 of you don't find that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, check no. And then obviously the same thing with we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Check yes if all 12 of you agree that the state proved that beyond a reasonable doubt. If not, check no. So the same rules as with Laura on the other side on page 2. All right, so I'm not going to go over that again since I already did it once. I will tell you that in Nicholas, for all 3 of these victims, you make an independent determination for all 3, but I will tell you that the one for Nicholas, as far as the form is concerned, is identical to the one for Richard, so I don't have to go over that again. All right, anybody have any questions or anything on that? Okay. All right, so back to the script, submitting case to jury. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict forms when all of you have agreed on the verdicts and to bring the verdict forms back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case until you have reached your verdicts. You must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I've given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. So I think what will happen is the bailiffs will collect the cell phones and put them in a cell phone basket. Now, if
cell phone basket.
There is a situation
exactly
where
at 30
you
minutes
need to call
here.
your family, will allow you to do that, but the bailiff is going to have to listen in on what you're saying just to make sure you're not talking about the case, okay? If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdicts. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. All right, as we mentioned from the beginning, we needed 12 jurors and a couple of alternates. And the reason we have alternates is because we need 12. And if someone was unable to serve, if they became ill, or a member of their family, or if something happened, we need alternates to be there to fill in. Basically, the alternates are the first players off the bench. And you probably haven't figured out who the alternates are, so I'm going to tell you who they are right now.
Andrew, you're an alternate.
Okay, now, I pronounced your name incorrectly during voir dire, so why not just keep it up, right? Okay. All right, so you two will not go back and deliberate, so stay here right now, okay? And then everybody else, go back and deliberate. When you reach the verdict on all 3 counts, knock on the door. All right? Anybody have any questions at this point? Okay. Okay, so look at those verdict forms carefully and make sure you fill out what you're intended to fill out on those things, okay? All right.
Lady Noel, 77.
They may have things back in the jury room, so Deputy Trong will figure that out. He'll ask you what you have back there, and then if everyone else says it's not theirs and it's yours, then it'll be easy for Deputy Trump to figure it out. Right, Deputy Trump?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so good luck to 12 of you.
All right, folks, this time bring your notepads with you. Follow this deputy, please.
We're going to listen for the door closing. I'll start the timer at that time. I'll get it on the screen in a little bit. But, judge took 33 minutes to charge the jury. Bouncy bailiff doing his thing in the background there.
All right, so
there we go.
Andrew and Catherine, I don't mispronounce your last names. The jurors are out of the hearing of the court.
Andrew and Catherine, sorry for outing.
First of all, I'd like to thank you very much. It's been a long 2 weeks, okay? I mean, it really has been. It's been grueling.
Today especially.
Everyone's exhausted. I'm sure that you two are. I hope you don't feel like you've wasted your time because, as I said, we need a couple of players who are first off the bench just in case. So I hope you don't feel like you've wasted your time. Now, the good news is you'll be able to go home in a couple minutes while the rest of the jurors will be deliberating. Obviously, this case has gotten some publicity, so the verdicts will be on the news, and they'll also be in the newspaper. That is the Tampa Bay Times. So if you subscribe to that, or if you're the kind of person who watches the news, you can find out what the verdicts are. If you're the kind of person that does not watch the news or read the newspaper, you can call my judicial assistant on Monday and find out what they are if you're curious. If you're not curious, you don't have to do anything. So if you can give these to our alternates. All right, and I do want to advise you of some special privileges that you have. The most important one is to be left alone. Nobody can stalk you and all of that. If you want to speak to anyone involved in the case, you can do that. So if you speak to them, obviously the people that you're speaking to can speak to you, but otherwise, if you just want to go home without being bothered, you can do that, okay? Do either of you have any questions? Okay.
I've got eggs in the jury deliberation room.
Green lunch back also? Okay.
That's a good question.
How do I get my stuff out of the jury deliberation room? We've all got a dozen eggs back there. All right, we'll bring on the counter as we're just 2 minutes into deliberation time. And is that a knock here? Are they knocking at the door now? Just kidding.
Thank you very much. You have a certificate of appreciation for you. So
frame it.
Also, if you get called for jury duty in the next year or two, and you really don't want to, just call my office and I'll excuse you. Okay?
Yes. Call the office.
I mean, the proceeding was worth about 4 or 5 trials. Okay. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
It only costs 50 cents to download your certificate of appreciation from the court website. How long will the jury deliberate? First of all, I don't think they'll be allowed to deliberate much beyond an hour from now. We do have a palate cleanser to watch while we wait. So we're going to bring that on in just a minute. We'll give them some time.
We discussed yesterday, normally this doesn't take a whole lot of time, although that is what normally happens when we have a guilt phase too. I still don't think it really is going to take all that long. So make sure that the bailiffs have your cell phone numbers, make sure your cell phone's on and charged and all of that. And we're not going to wait too long. Someone just kind of wanders off, okay? So don't wander off too far. All right.
No
Anything
wandering
else until we hear from the jury? Anything else? All right. So we'll be in recess until the call of the jury.
All right, all rise.
All right. So while they step out just for a minute, we'll keep the timer. I keep the timer going. It's not on the screen right now, but let's see. 2 is going to be 4. There we go. I'll keep the timer here so you can see it. I need to find a quick little video because we've got one that we need to see. No, it's gone. Josh, I waited too long. Bummer. Josh, you got to get to work and find another one. That's the only acceptable solution. Josh, who I think is out fishing right now. All right, there's a... Oh, okay, so I missed it. Some documents. Amber wants me to read some documents. Amber, can you call really quickly? Do you have a second? Some documents regarding this particular case that we're on right now, which... we'll just look at the wall for a minute. The mods are out fishing while the stream burns. The screeners. It's all good. Welcome, one and all. I thought we'd never get here, but here we are. The jury is deliberating, and this is going. I think this is going to be a very short deliberation. Honestly, I would not be. I mean, half an hour would would not surprise me in this case, because there's no push to get a unanimous decision, right? There's no, oh, come on, can't you, he deserves it. You know, you're not trying to, do you really want somebody to die that badly? Is there really going to be a juror back there who's just like really trying to convince somebody who thinks life without parole is acceptable? I mean, it is an acceptable punishment for death, but are they really going to be trying to rally the troops and get everyone unanimous, or at least 8 of them, on to get the death penalty? I don't see that happening. I don't see jurors out for blood in this. I can see jurors making a solemn decision saying, I think the death penalty is appropriate individually, but generally I think they might respect the opinions of their fellow jurors as well. So because of that, you're probably going to do a poll right up the front. Okay, you've got to do 2 things. First, you have to find if there were those extra circumstances, those not the mitigating factors, but the aggravating factors. You need to find aggravating factors agree, and it has to be unanimous. That should not be hard, because one of them is literally a stipulation that he killed Jamie prior to these 3. That's it. You've got enough. So I think that part's going to be an easy one. I think all 3 of them were well proved by the state, so they should be check boxes across the board. But once that unanimous decision is reached by the jury, then only 8 of them will be needed to vote for the death penalty, to get death penalty. If less than 8, if it's 7, if it's 6, if it's 1, it's going to be life without parole, and that would be the verdict. It would be signed and returned back. So it's going to be quick, I think, very, very quick. Can we do a poll now on how long before a verdict? We can. Let me see what options you guys would think would be appropriate. Let me turn this down a little bit. It's a little noisy. All right. Did I spell everything right? The poll is up. How long will the jury deliberate? Less than an hour, 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 4 hours, or more than that. Realize if it's 2 to 4 hours, there's a good likelihood that will happen on Monday, that they'll be held over the weekend. Anything beyond 4 hours for sure. I can't see 9 o'clock at night and the judge being like, yeah, keep at it. If you want to keep working, we'll stay here. The judge might be willing, but oftentimes the deputies, the people that keep the courthouse unlocked, the air conditioners on and the lights turned on, will be long gone by that point. They all want to go home for sure. They've only been told that they'll only be here for 2 weeks. That was in the jury selection. They're like, this is going to be a 2-week trial. You know, how are you free for the next 2 weeks? Some of these jurors might have, I don't know, vacation starting on Monday. Like, I'm headed on a cruise. You know, we're going somewhere, big summer fling. So I imagine most of them will probably get this done, especially where a unanimous verdict is not required. If they can't reach unanimous on the first one, on the aggravating factors, they're done. They're done. It's life without parole. Now, it's interesting. The judge did say that if they come back and recommend the death penalty, it is not binding on the judge. But he, under Florida law, he's supposed to very strongly take under consideration the verdict returned by the jury. He could knock it down. So there could be a jury could come back unanimously with, asking for the death penalty, and the judge might knock it down. I haven't seen that before. I haven't seen that happen. Did he say how late they could go tonight? He didn't tell us. But imagine when the feed cuts out, we'll know that it's over. It's Friday. They're going home. I think I agree. Let's see. I'd like to stay and get it done tonight. I think it will be done. I think we'll be done tonight for sure. Looking at the poll, we've got, as far as the number of votes coming in, we're looking at about 220 of you have voted, so about 750 or so of you still left to vote. I'll leave that up for just a minute. Current leader, I shouldn't tell you who's leading right now, because then it might sway your votes. See, don't we all have a fun union, an F union in the barbecue this weekend? Yes, at Ivan's house up in Wisconsin. We were all invited. He's got Kiyosabi sausages on the grill for all of us. If they had mentioned the dogs, which they mentioned the dog twice, but it was a different dog, and Shelby was cop zipping by. Shelby was admitted to animal abuse, and that one time was mentioned 2 times during this trial, but that was not the same dogs, and it was not the killing of the dogs that happened down in Florida. It was a different thing. Am I on vacation? No. No, I'm not, but I will be going next week on Tuesday. I'll be flying out I fly to Utah and drive to Idaho. In my mom's car, which, Amber, is not a Kia, for the record. It is a Subaru. I don't know if the Subaru is bigger or smaller than a Kia, but I hope I fit in it. I'm 6'2", and I don't like driving with my head on the ceiling, because if I hit a bump, you just get a headache. Bring on Corey Richens. Corey Richens is coming in February next year, I think, is the time slot now. They've got that pushed out, and I do hope to be there in Utah for that one. I think we might have to. Subarus are awesome. How about the equipment? It's bare minimum. I'm not taking all this stuff on my desk. It's going to be just a bare minimum laptop, a couple wireless mics that I can switch out and charge during the day, a camera. This camera I'm using right here, but I think that's about it. Maybe a switcher, maybe an Apple TV, a tripod, a fan, some lights, just the bare minimum. You were hoping that I was going to be in a Kia. It's not happening. Not happening. Anyway, I'll be in Idaho next week. It will be working. I'll be working during the day, so we'll try to find some cases we can follow together during the day, and then in the evening, hopefully we're going to be East Coast case. That way, I'll have some evening hours out on the lake. But it's only going to be 3 days or so that I'm working. Friday we have to check out of the big Airbnbs we rented, and I'll drive back to Utah, stay the night the night there, and then fly out Saturday night late or something like that. I forget. Just take the U-Haul. Sure. Those are really expensive for cross-country trips, gas-wise. I want to see you in a Kia. I don't want... Maybe in their big SUV one. What's the Kia SUV? I have a minimum wardrobe in Brazil. I'm afraid to ask, Camilla. Let's see. The Kia Sorento? How many cables approximately am I bringing? Probably about 20, maybe. And they're mostly shorter cables. I don't need any long runs. I'm not bringing the pan tilt zoom. I'm not bringing the pan tilt zoom controller. Won't have any hyperdecks with me. It's pretty much just laptop. It's going to be skitty. The bonus for you guys is I think I will be running on StreamYard next week. I'll bring the Starlink. I have to bring Starlink so I have a good signal. But I'll be running on Starlink, which means that we might be able to have people join me as guests. So I can do it now, but it's a little harder because they have to patch in on Zoom or something, and it's a little trickier. Who's your replacement when you go on vacation? I'm looking around and there's nobody volunteering. It's just me. What are you shooting? The thing I shot up in Virginia, that was a week or two ago, a couple weeks ago, and that was done. This is a family reunion. First time my siblings have ever had a family reunion like this since I was a kid. Let's see, 15 minutes in, and my timer already looks a little funky. Let me get this one fixed. Be position X, right? Let's just slide it over just a tiny bit. There we go, 16. All right, I did, in fact, can I gripe for a minute? Because we just have a minute. Let me gripe, and this gripe has a brand name attached to it, and it's Hertz Rental Cars. I have pretty much my entire adult life, since I first got in my first car accident as a young driver and needed a rental car. That was when I totaled my my Toyota pickup, which I love dearly. Not my fault. A lady turned left in front of me when I had the green light, and I had to total her car and mine. I just couldn't stop and swerve. But that day, my insurance agent recommended Enterprise Rental, and I called them, and they're like, "Sure, where are you at? We've got a rental right here. You know, we'll come pick you up, and you know, everything, and we'll take care of the paperwork later." You know, it was just like the most amazing service I've ever seen, and I have stuck with Enterprise for years because of that service. My wife booking a rental car for me for this vacation next week found that Hertz rental car was for some reason much cheaper, like three figures cheaper, like more than $100 cheaper for the week to rent a car than Enterprise. I'm like, well, you know, let's give them a chance. Let's give it a shot. We booked the car, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead. We paid for it in advance. Everything was done. It's like we wanted everything lined up, so it was good to go. Paid for it in advance. And then I found out that my mom had her Subaru that she was going to leave for me that I could drive up, and then I wouldn't have to rent one. She's like, hey, no one's driving it. You know, I'll be up there anyway. I just pick it up, drive it up there. We're all coming back together. It would work fine. Great, right? Excellent. Hertz charges you $100 to cancel your reservation if you've made it more than 24 hours ago. So even though I was like 2 weeks out on my reservation, like they had 2 weeks to rent this car to somebody else, right? They still want to charge me $100 to cancel. So I got on Twitter, and I might have said a thing. I might have made some comments about how I felt about Hertz. Let's see what I said. Hold tight. Hey, Hertz. I planned ahead and booked a rental car for next week. Turns out I have a family in town that wants to give me a ride. Thanks for charging me $100 for the privilege of canceling 1 week in advance of my rental car. My fault for paying it in advance, I guess. Now I have to pay for letting you hold my money for a week. I should have gone with Enterprise. And then right away, I got emails from a number of accounts. Hertz Help Desk, Hertz Service, everything. All scammers. Trying to steal my information. Every single one of them. None of them were verified. They were all. I got phone calls because I mistakenly, gave them my burner phone number, thinking it was real. And these scammers were calling, trying to steal my information. And I caught on really quickly, mostly because it was a call center in India. And then finally, Hertz replies, right? And they say, "Hi, I'd be happy to help with this. Please provide the full name of the primary renter, your relation to the primary renter, and your reservation rental record number in DM for further assistance. Thank you, Tiana." So I did. I communicated with Tiana. We did a little back and forth, right? And I let them know. I said, "Hey, just a heads up. You've got people out there." Let's see who's calling me. It's a telemarketer. Hello?
Hello, Dwayne, please. Dwayne?
Speaking.
Hey, Dwayne. Hi. This is Chris, Dwayne. I'm a VIP host on behalf of Caesars.
Chris, what's up?
I'm a VIP host on behalf of Caesars. And
Dude, that's awesome. That's really cool.
Yeah.
How'd you get to be the VIP?
Well, it took a lot of hard work.
I imagine.
A lot of hard work. what we're doing is reaching out to Hilton, Wyndham, and Marriott Honors members.
Uh-huh.
We got a very special offer for you to stay in Las Vegas with Caesars and MGM Entertainment with no timeshare tour. You do not have to do a timeshare. This should be at any of our 4-star Caesars or MGM properties.
Do you guys have locations outside of Vegas as well?
Yeah, there's a couple. Yeah.
Okay, I've got a warrant issue in Vegas that I haven't cleared up yet. I hesitate to go down there because I'm pretty sure with AI nowadays the cameras would pick you up in a second.
What's it for?
Well, getting in trouble. I don't want to say too much. Is this recorded, or I don't want you to be like a witness in my trial.
Don't worry about that. No, it can't be that bad, I'm sure.
Well,
you know,
it was someone else's car, and I was going way too fast, and I got away from the police. If that makes
there you go. You got away.
Yeah. Well, until now, they found out who I was.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you, sir.
Yeah. So tell me about the VIP. He's like, nope, I'm done. I'm done. Anyway, all right. Where was I? I was in the middle of a Hertz rental car story. I'm sorry. Chris sounded really excited to have that job. But, all right. So talk to them, and they're like, hey, thanks for reaching out. How can we help? I told them the problem, and they're like, yep, read our policy. It's in there. I go, thank you. And I said, I see that. I probably should have read it. My wife was just doing me a favor, booking the car for me. Maybe she should have read it. You know, we just thought that, you know, it would work out. I didn't think you would, you know, be what I perceive as predatory to brand new customers, what you're trying to win over to your brand. And I said, I'll probably just talk about this on my show tomorrow. And they said, once they saw that, because I'm on my official account, once they saw that I have a little bit of a platform, not a huge one, I'm not like Howard Stern or something, they're like, hey, out of the goodness of our hearts, we'd like to give you a 50% credit and everything, and, you know, a gesture of goodwill, and so we'd give you $50 back. I said, nope, I'm not going to take it, because I don't want to be treated special just because I told you that I could make you look bad in front of a lot of people, which I did. I told them that. Somebody else who might not have that threat in their back pocket would not get that treatment, and I'll pay the $100, and you will just never get my service, ever, ever. And I'll let everyone else know that I will never rent from Hertz, and that I think they shouldn't either. So I paid them the $100. We canceled the reservation, and I didn't tell Mrs. R.A. that they offered me the $50. I mean, she might have said, get the $50 back. I apologize for the inconvenience. However, the cancellation fee is explained in the cancellation policy as a gesture of goodwill. I can refund 50% of the cancellation fee. Tiana. And I said, no, I'm just going to talk about it in the show. And I said, is there anything beyond your comments there that you would like to supply as an official comment from your company as I represent your side of the story to my audience? I do not have a comment to provide to you. Have a good day, and thank you for reaching out. This is after I gave them screenshots and account names and photos of the scammers who are preying on their customers so that they can shut them down. And they're like, thanks, we'll get people on it. And is that not worth like $100? Is that not worth like maybe changing your policy? Hertz. Anyway, and then my email, I had people reaching out to me like crazy, like, I rented from Hertz, it was the worst experience ever. Another one says, if you rent from Hertz, as soon as they return it, they find like 1 million things wrong with the car that you did not do. So don't ever do that. I haven't had that experience yet, obviously, but anyway. So there it is. That was my experience with Hertz, my one and only experience with Hertz rental cars. And Enterprise, you've won me over with Hertz's bad service. I don't know how else to say that. All right. Yes, had I not prepaid, there would have been no fee. How does that make sense? if you pay in advance, so that Hertz knows you're going to be there, and they can line up the car and get everything ready, they charge you a fee. Where if you just book it and then don't give them any money, if you don't show, what are they going to do? Nothing. So, never prepay. I kind of wish Chris had called back. I should have not pushed him so much. All right. With that, we are now 26 minutes into jury deliberation. I'm going to end the poll, because if we go too much longer, then some of the choices will be null and void. With 419 votes in right now, just waiting. Oh, now 420. That's a good time to end it. 420. The results are as follows. How long will the jury deliberate? 1 to 2 hours, 48% of you. Less than 1 hour, 30%. 2 to 4 hours, 12%. Or more than that, 7%. Super T says, do you see the pic I sent to the burner? Since we were discussing fishing. What'd you catch, Super T? Small leopard shark. What is this? Small leopard shark caught in the San Francisco Bay. Wow. That's a beauty. My two boys went out deep sea fishing this week. They come back tomorrow. And my younger boy, who I begged, first of all, we gave him the Dramamine, and he was not sick. Last time he went out, he was probably the sickest of anybody. So he's done this before. He went out, he was fine. I'm like, if you're feeling good, just catch fish. Just drop it down, reel it up. Drop it down, reel it up. That's all you have to do. Catch some fish. Did not fish. Was not sick. Just like sitting on the boat. My other boy caught a bunch of triggerfish, and I think some sea bass, and another kid on there caught a dolphin fish, which was pretty good size. And they cooked it up and ate it that night. So I went last time they went, and it was a lot of fun until I got sick, and that was not fun at all. So, but neither of them were sick. Both took the Dramamine. Worked great. I'm a believer. Let's see. Are you going on vacation next week? Yes, I missed all the talk. I'll be on vacation, but I'll also be here. So Tuesday, I'm going to be flying out. Like, I fly out at, 7 o'clock in the morning. It's really early. And I land about 10 or 11 Mountain Time. And then it'll take a couple hours to get up to Bear Lake. But my mom actually arranged a Uber for me. But it's one of those deals like in the BK case where she knows the Uber driver and arranged it outside of the app. So it's like, he's my neighbor, he drives Uber, so he's going to be there waiting for you, and he's going to drive me here, no charge. And I'm like, so I'm going to pay him. I'm not going to just expect him to, because my mom, do it for free. So I'll pay him. I think it's going to be like $20 or $30. I think that's the going rate. I've never had an Uber before. Somebody tell me. Let's see, it's about a 20-minute ride. Does that sound about right? It's $100 if you cancel it. So $20 or $30, with a tip, thanking him, that would be great. And then we'll be up at Bear Lake. So once we get up there, I'll get set up. I don't know if we'll be on Tuesday afternoon or not. But coming up to the 30-minute mark. Not seeing any activity in the court just yet. But boys' activities, climb mountains and fish. Girl activities, learn how to bake and sew. I don't know. I went with my daughter on her summer camp, which is the equivalent to what the boys are going on. And they were out on the beach doing the same activities, bodyboarding and stuff like that the boys got to do. They also swam in they swam in a lake with an alligator, which is cool. As long as you don't see the alligator. All right. Would be very fast if they came back within an hour. I agree, but this is a different case. And this is not the way it's intended, but death is different, right? Normally death is different when the judge says that. It has to do with extra precautions or, additional measures you should take to make sure it's done correctly and perfectly and out of abundance of caution. In this case, death is different because the jury is not deciding guilt or innocence at all. That's already been determined. It's just the sentencing. So that could be very, very short. He's already pled guilty. The jury has, there's nobody back there saying, I don't know, I don't think it was him, right? He literally says, it was me. I did it. This is how I did it. Now they're just trying to determine if it was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Let's see. OG Wendy says $20 is nowhere near enough. More like $50 with a tip. I take Uber all the time. Okay, $50. We can do that. I thought more like 80. And Greeners, sorry, did my neighbor pay you to say that? Just kidding. I think it depends on the state for Uber. I'll be in Salt Lake City at the Salt Lake International Airport, getting a ride to Centerville, which is, if you know where the airport is, the airport is sort of out near the Salt Lake, next to Salt Lake City. It's funny how they all name the same things. It's in that area. So it's north and west of Salt Lake, and from the cities, you go Salt Lake City, North Salt Lake, Woods Cross, Bountiful area. That's all sort of all together, and then Centerville. It's probably less than 15 miles, I think. Okay, and it's a straight shot on the freeway. It's not like through town. Ask him if he's reporting on his taxes or not, and then adjust. No, that's crazy. Barb, I'm not doing any sightseeing in Utah. I'm just going up to Idaho to Bear Lake for an Airbnb, a cabin up there at the lake. I pay $38 before tip for a 13-mile drive. OG Wendy, can you tell me what general area? I don't want to know details, but what general area? Are you in a big city, metropolis type thing? Get raspberry shakes. The week after I'm there is the Raspberry Fest. Bear Lake is known for its raspberries and for the bears that like eating the raspberries. We'll be able to get plenty of raspberries. I'll get a raspberry shake while I'm there, for sure. But we'll probably also go to some caves. There are two caves we can go to. One is an ice cave. The other is, I think, Minnetonka Cave. And I've been to Minnetonka Cave once before. They are extremely strict because there's a disease that's extremely easy to transmit between to bats that live in caves. It's called the white nose disease or something like that. But if you have been in any other cave or mine, or any of the items you are wearing have been in any other cave or mine at any time, you can't bring them into Minnetonka Cave. So if the flashlight you are holding has been in another mine, you can't bring it to Minnetonka Cave. And obviously it's the honor system, but they do stress that because they're trying to keep the disease out. And once it's there, it's there. There's no cure for it. And bats are very crucial to the environment, especially when it comes to eating mosquitoes. Anyway, fun story. First time I went up there, this was after we did a 15-mile backpacking trip starting in Logan Canyon, Utah, up into Idaho. I ended at, I forget the name of the lake. What's up there by Minnetonka? There's a lake up there that has a glacier on the lake. And so we used Frisbees and we'd slide down the glacier into the water, which is really cold. And that was cool. I went up one more time again when I was at another camp at Bear Lake a year or two later, hiked up to the lake, and I had to park the car and walk because there was still snow in July on the road. We couldn't get the car up there. And we got up there, and there's just a whole group of teenagers, in summer attire because it is, 85 degrees in the middle of summer. and they had knocked some of the ice off the lake by the rope swing, and they were doing the rope swing into the lake and landing in the place where there was no ice. It was so cold. It was so cold. I filmed a girl do this. I mean, she's wearing a bikini, not any sort of dive suit or anything, going off the rope swing into there. When you hit the water, it's so cold, you're involuntarily, you're like, that gasp happens. But anyway, we're going to go up there as well. All right. What is the shortest verdict watch we've had? Well, if it comes back before an hour, I think it would be this one. Are cabs more expensive than Ubers? Yes. I asked, from where I live to the San Francisco airport, it's 31 miles, costs $70. I asked Grok how much to pay, and they said $20. So 50 is, I think, a generous amount with a tip. Let's see. I just looked at the Uber app. It's roughly $30 for the ride, not including tip from Salt Lake City to Centerville. I don't even have the app, Megan, but thank you. That lets me know exactly where I need to be. Josh from the dock, mid-fishing, sends 2 things that we should watch during the break here. Let me take a quick peek. Are the pictures? Those are pictures of Amber's dog. Okay, Judge Perkins. Judge Perkins. This is from last week. Let me see if I can find this one. Okay, found it. Josh, give me a second to get this up on the screen. One is going to be 7. You guys see that? Nope. Box 1 is going to be 3. Box 2 is going to be 7. There we go. And now I've got to fast forward a little bit to 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 40 seconds. To 38:40.
The 2 on the docket that we're here on, and he has another driving in an unsafe manner and an open alcohol in the motor vehicle driver again. Get him an updated offer. Keep in mind, if you don't like the offer, Mr. Martin, you have an absolute right to a trial and put you in a breakout room with Ms. Soroki. Let us know what you want to do when you come out.
Okay.
Okay, so he's done. Next one, thing watch.
Mr. Christopher Gray.
Chris, where you at?
Hey, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. What is your date of birth, please?
7/11/72.
Sorry, I tried to get it.
Okay. Would I be correct in saying that you do not want an attorney?
You would be accurate in that assessment, sir.
This is the City of Detroit versus Christopher Gray, case number SP 1357945, counts 1, 2, and 3. SP 1191985, counts 1 and counts 2. SP 1629749, counts 1 and counts 2. SP 267865, counts 1, 2, and 3.
They're throwing the book at him.
State your name for the record, please.
I'm appearing as Christopher Gray, attorney in fact for Christopher L. Gray under the limited power of attorney. It's a limited appearance made solely to address the jurisdiction and procedural defects of the matter that we have before us. I'm not consenting or to any presumed or implied claims. And what we're looking for is the verified evidence and proper legal process to be adhered to. The notice that we received was insufficient under MCR 1.105J, and it didn't meet the due process standards. The complaint didn't have the essential elements, that the court requires, and it wasn't signed by the prosecutor. So I'm saying that there's no jurisdiction, and I'm asking that the court rule and dismiss it for lack of jurisdiction.
Cited court rule MCR 1. Cite that rule again, please.
MCR court rule MCR 1-208, 1-108. Is that 1-10? MCR 1. Wait, let me have that. MCR 1-105.
If you don't have jurisdiction, you can't dismiss it.
MCR, that's construction. These rules are to be construed, administered, and employed by the parties and the court to secure the just, speedy, and economical determination of every action, and to avoid the consequence of error that does not affect the substantial rights of the parties. So I'll deny your motion based on that rule.
Could you explain, Your Honor?
No, I'm not going to explain. I don't answer questions. I ask them. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. I'm going to give you a $0 bond. If you want to appear before the court on your own behalf, you have to know the rules. And you cited a rule, and I denied your motion on that rule that you cited. Okay.
Well, what I'm asking is your explanation as to why on the record, so that I can address that issue directly, Your Honor.
Well, the explanation, you said that you cited that rule because the court didn't have proper notice, right?
Yes.
All right. So that rule that you read had nothing to do with notice.
But in actuality,
cover this.
It does, Your Honor.
Well, that's between. I say that it doesn't. So based on that, I'm denying your motion. You can take it up to the circuit court and appeal my decision if that's your choice.
Understood.
What do you want to do with these cases, sir? You want to offer, or do you want to set it for a jury trial?
I would consider an offer.
Okay, go in the breakout room, Miss Snyder. Mr. Gray is appearing on his own. Oh, she's in. Let her speak to the attorney, and I'll put you in a breakout room with the city attorney when she's done. Okay.
Very good.
Let's pass the matter.
Okay, I think, Josh, how far ahead do we have to skip on this to?
Ready as to Ms. Lee, Your Honor.
Let's go back on the record with Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, I've given you an opportunity to speak to counsel. Counsel, what does your client want to do?
Your Honor, my client seeks a trial date and the appointment of counsel. Her information is in the chat.
Is that what you want to do, Ms. Lee?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you a pretrial date of August the 1st, 2025 at 8:30. I'm going to mark the file need appointed attorney. Please answer the calls you don't recognize. Hopefully one of those calls is that appointed attorney. If that appointed attorney does not get in contact with by August the 1st, then we'll have one appointed on the spot. You got that?
Receipt up by certified
Okay.
mail.
All right, if there's nothing further,
Okay, 3 hour,
have
1
a very
minute.
good day, Miss Lee, and best of luck to you, okay?
Same to you.
William Gooden, are you there, Mr. Gooden?
We're going to jump to 3 hours and 1 minute.
We were looking for. I was looking for notice to.
It's Chris.
Some type of notice from the court. I didn't receive that, and so that was.
But we talked about that. Turn your camera on. But you got notice when you left the court room that day, right? When we were on Zoom, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not going to happen again. All right.
Understood.
So is this New Bedford Street your address now?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right. Where are we talking about? You want me to update your address here with the court?
Yes. Can I send that to you?
Send it in the chat. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3, Sesame Street. Everytown, USA. Zip code 1, 2, 3, 4.
The jury trial date is going to be August the 19th, 2025, and at 8:30, we'll just have everybody appear at 8:30. I'm going to set a final pre-trial date. The jury trial date is going to be in person. Jury trial in person. Final pre-trial. All parties must appear, but you don't have to appear in person for the final pretrial. The final pretrial can be on Zoom, but all parties must appear. That includes the officers. And then on August the 18th, that'll be the final pretrial at 8:30.
Understood.
Understood.
Are there going to be any motions? Let's just set a motion date for.
I don't know who's talking.
Let's make a motion date for August the 8th. Motions due August the 8th, 2025. And a response to the motion, if any, will be August the 15th, 2025. I'm waiting on now the new address.
Did you get that?
Yes.
Got it? Okay.
It's a P.O. box.
What I'll do also, what is the zip code over there?
48216.
48216.
That's in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
All right. 235.
I'm watching the other courtroom for any motion. Nothing's happened yet. We'll jump back to it as soon as something happens if the jury does return a verdict. I'd love to play the verdict music tonight.
Anything further? Anything further from any other party?
No.
Not for the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well. All right, Mr. Gray, if there's nothing further, have a very good day. Best of luck.
Have a great one.
Got dates.
Appreciate your latitude, Your Honor.
Your
Very
latitude.
well. All right, have a good day. Best of luck to you.
Appreciate your latitude. All right, there's one more that we have to watch with Judge Perkins, I think. Give me just a second to get that pulled up. This one is from much more recent. This is 2 days ago. Appreciate your latitude and your longitude, Judge. Just like you being right where you are. Okay, 2 days ago, 434.17. That's the one. All right, we're gonna jump down here. Let me get the right time. I think it's 1 hour, 1 minute.
State your full name, Miss Graves.
Yeah, that's right here, Miss Graves.
Case number SP16, strike that, SP10690559, counts 1 and counts 2, SP172478881, SP1724805, counts 1, 2, and 3, and SP1724836-1. Appearance for the proceedings.
Elwood S. Berry Jr. on behalf of the defendant. State your full name, Ms. Graves.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Destiny Raven Graves. That's capital D, lowercase ESTINEY, hyphen, capital R, lowercase AIVYN, colon, capital G, lowercase RAVES. I am appearing specially and not generally. I am here in good faith and under the protest solely to address the matters raised in my plea abatement. I am not here to delay the process, but to ensure proper identification and lawful jurisdiction are established on the record before any further proceedings.
And I'm here in the church where you can't arrest me.
Good morning to you, ma'am. Today is the date and time set for arraignment on the bench warrant.
Hey, Josh, you get that name?
Would you like counsel to represent you or no?
Did she have a colon in her name too?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said today is the date and time set for arraignment on the bench warrant. Would you like counsel to represent you or not?
I actually am not open to proceeding until we establish jurisdiction over the living woman. That's me, lowercase ESTINEY, hyphen, capital R, lowercase AIVYN, colon, capital G, lowercase RAVES.
Okay. Jurisdiction has been established if you are Destiny Graves. If you're Destiny Graves, if that's your name, then unless you have some other view of the court rule and you cite a court rule, the court is going to feel the jurisdiction has been established.
I understand, Your Honor, but respectfully, the name in all caps represents a corporate legal fiction. I am here as a living woman, not as a surety or a fictional entity. I respectfully require the court to establish, for the record, how to obtain lawful personal jurisdiction over me, the living woman, separate from that entity.
Well, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. I'm going to give you a $0 bond. I can either give you into the breakout room with the city with an attorney, and he can help you proceed, or you can proceed and speak to the city attorney yourself to see if you can work this matter out, or I can set a jury trial date and the matter will be resolved on the jury trial date. Which one would you like to do, ma'am?
Are you asking me if I would like to proceed for trial?
Yes.
I would respectfully, Your Honor, I would like to reserve all my rights under the UCC 1-308, and I object to these proceedings under protest and duress. My appearance is special and not general. I do not consent to the court assuming jurisdiction through presumption. If this court insists on moving forward without proving lawful authority over the living woman, I must note a violation of due process for the record.
Okay. So, I mean, if you can't give me an answer to my question, then I'm going to put you back in the waiting room until you can figure it out, and we'll move on to the next person.
What is your question, Your Honor?
I asked you, do you want to see if the attorney can get you an offer and speak with the attorney, or would you like to work out an offer with the city yourself to resolve the matter, or would you like me to set a jury trial date? Those are your three options. You keep on saying that same stuff is not going to change what your three options are, okay? So that's that. I don't need to hear that same recitation of what you just mentioned a minute ago. Now, what do you want to do?
So I'm sorry, respectfully, Your Honor, I do want to know, is this denying the abatement plea?
Say that again.
Is this denying my abatement plea?
I'm not getting into this, ma'am. I'm going to pass the matter. All right, let's go to, what is that? Guerin Mendez.
Volvamos al caso del señor Méndez.
Josh, where do we skip to?
Who's this?
She's got sanctuary in the church.
Dafacio Guerin Mendez, are you there?
Sí. Jason Manuel Guedes Meléndez. Jason Manuel Guedes Meléndez. Señor, abra su micrófono, por favor. Open your mic, please.
City of Detroit versus, I'm going to send him the prompt as well. City of Detroit versus Ildefonso Guerin Mendez, case number SP1721971, counts 1 and counts 2. Appearance for the record, please.
Este es el caso del señor Jason Manuel Guedes Meléndez, número de caso SP 170-92761 y 2. Llamando nuevamente ese caso.
Elwood Berry Jr. on behalf of the defendant. State your full name, sir.
Elwood Berry Jr. representando a este señor, al acusado. Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo para que conste en el acta.
Geiser Manuel Guedes Meléndez.
Geiser Manuel Guedes Meléndez.
All right, day and time set for pre-trial. Mr. Berry, give Mr. Guerin Mendez an updated offer. Keep in mind, if you don't like the offer, sir, you have an absolute right to a trial.
Pues este señor Berry, vaya a una sala de consulta privada con su abogado para darle la oferta de parte de la fiscalía. Señor Meléndez, sepa y entienda que si no está de acuerdo con esa oferta, tiene todo el derecho de ir a juicio.
Join the room. What you want to do when you come out, please.
Por favor, únase a la sala y por favor, y después vuelve aquí una vez que hayan hablado.
Okay, she doesn't come back. And we do have. Hold up. Wait for it. Wait for it. We just got some action in court. Has anybody seen anything? Defendants being brought in. Do we know for sure? Can somebody, I'm not seeing a confirmation.
All right. Circuit Court South Bank section.
You may be seated. We have a question. I think they're just asking for an exhibit number, assuming that this is in evidence. It's probably hard for them to figure out what is and what isn't. Are we able to get the neuropsych report or the folder/number it would be found under? Are we able to get the neuropsych report or the folder number it would be found under? I don't know what expert they're talking about, do you?
There is the medical records that I mentioned.
Aren't they like 6,000 pages?
No, it's a folder.
It's there are Metro Health records that we both referenced in closing, and they are in an expandable file folder, and it says Metro Health, and then there's 318 pages of Metro Health records, and then there's St. Vincent's, and there's those records, and then there's Cleveland Clinic, and there's those records. All of those are in the expandable, but the ones referenced in closing are the Metro Health records. And those, they were referred to page numbers by both sides.
All right.
And I don't know if that's what
that would be my guess.
I assume that's what they're talking about.
All right, so.
Don't they have the?
Yeah, they should have the.
Just tell them the page
folder.
number.
Or the folder/number it would be found under. So I guess they want to know where is that specifically in the folder.
So in our closing, so there's an expandable. In the very first tab, there's like a vanilla folder, and it says Metro Health records.
All right.
Right behind that tab is 318 pages of Metro Health records. And Mr. Broom,
157 to 160 something.
160. We referenced in our closing pages 157 through 162.
And I think
The expandable file folder not in the banker's box. Because they have 4 expandables in banker's boxes. It's the only one that's kept separate.
Okay. All right, so maybe I'll just say it that way. It's the folder that's not in the banker's box. All right, so then they can look there. I don't know if we want to give them specific page numbers where the defense wants them to read, unless the state has numbers you like.
I think the answer is that I'm not sure what they're talking about, but there are medical records in that location. But
my assumption is because the only by name records either of us reference in closing or Metro Health, that maybe that's what that refers to, and those records are in the expandable, expandable file, whatever that is.
All right, I'll just answer it as it's the one not in the banker's box. If they have more specific questions, they can ask. All right, because I would imagine that folder is about that big.
No, Your Honor, that's the file folder.
That was what?
Oh, I thought the court was inquiring about the box.
No. What's that? Why is somebody here with a box?
The speakers for the jury.
The laptop.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's an expandable folder about this. It was on the bottom shelf alone. But all the rest of them are in the banker's box.
Okay. So, all right. So you wheeled it all in, and it's on the bottom shelf. Okay. Okay. So I'll just answer that way. If they want to have a more specific question, they can.
And then I kept all their regular folders, so it does say like Metro and those.
Okay. All right. So let's bring them in. All right.
Court exhibits are not back there, right?
Oh, absolutely. They better not be. No.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay. Those are all exhibits that were not supposed to go into evidence and are just there for appellate purposes or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's happened before, but it's not going to happen with the staff we have here.
Are they bringing the jury in? Is that what I heard? I think they are bringing the jury in. I'm going to pause the deliberation timer at 1:04. I'll give it 3 more seconds. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1 hour, 5 minutes. Jury's going to come in and get a question that maybe the judge might talk to them about their anticipated schedule of what they'd like to do going forward while they're here. He has not broached that subject with counsel yet.
Fredrickson. So she's obviously the foreperson.
Oops. How many jurors have been named so far? A couple. Man. Five jurors. 2 of them were alternates, though. So, we've got a Call, we've got a Fredrickson, we've got a, who was the other one? I don't remember. Waiting for the jury to come in right now. What does this mean if they want to the psych report? Means they might not have just voted. They might be talking everything over first and then voting.
All right, Ms. Fredrickson? Yes. Are you the foreperson?
Yep,
all right, so here's the question, and I think we know what you're asking, but here it is. Are we able to get the neuropsych report or the folder/number it would be found under? All right, we think that this is what you're looking for. There are a bunch of folders in a banker box. It's not any of them. There's a folder on the bottom shelf all by itself, not in a banker's box. So we think that that's the folder you're looking for. Okay, and then if you have any more specific questions or whatever, you can ask, okay? Okay, but I think if you just look in there, they're marked, those folders, so I think you can figure it out. But if you can't, let us know. Okay? All right, good luck. Thank you.
Does not talk to them about their schedule, lets them just go out and deliberate. She does not say what I expected her to say, which was, Your Honor, we actually already dumped everything out on the desk. We've shuffled everything. But as soon as the door closes, we'll let them start the counter again.
All right, we'll be in recess until we have a question or verdicts.
All right. So we're back. We're back to the waiting game. I think the judge is really wanting to get this over with tonight. That question, the psych eval, it could be a couple hundred pages. A couple hundred pages of medical records that hopefully somebody on the jury is good at reading or might have some experience there. It could also be an indicator that there are people who are saying possibly due to his diagnosis, maybe the death penalty is not the right answer in this case, and it should be life without parole. So, did not miss the verdict. You've only missed a question, but the question does give us a little peek into the minds of the jurors. We know they are doing some discussion and deliberation. So psych eval is up next. Let's see. I'm glad I didn't hit the verdict music button. Right, that would have been embarrassing to have to walk that one back. The PTSD, is the psych eval for the PTSD for the cold, right? Because he was homeless for, 3 months or something? He was homeless for 3 months, and he has PTSD over the cold. Now, when I first talked about that, I was sort of flippant about that. But in thinking about it, where he's located, I mean, we're in Florida now. Obviously, PTSD over the cold would not hold up in Florida, but it could have been when he was in Ohio or even parts of Texas that can get cold during the wintertime. So cold is really cold. And, you know, if you're worried at night that you're going to freeze to death, I can see where PTSD might come in there. But I'm not sure if this neuropsych evaluation would be about that or about the head injuries supposedly sustained as a child. We also know that he was diagnosed with ADHD as a 6-year-old, but didn't get medication until he was in 3rd grade or something like that. There's a lot there. The medical records may be in evidence, but I think the report they want is in the neuropsych report from the defense hired expert. Which would not be in evidence. I don't think they get those. But it's not up to the jury if he's mentally eligible for death penalty, right? No, actually, it is. This was presented as a mitigating factor the jury could consider and weigh to see if it outweighs the aggravating factors that make him eligible for the death penalty. I will say that because of where we are in the deliberation, it would be impossible to get to this point if the jury did not first unanimously agree that all the aggravating factors existed for at least one of the victims in this case. You have to have that before you can start talking about mitigating. So we know they've at least unanimously agreed there, which is no surprise because they're basically a freebie. It's like the freebie in a bingo. It was stipulated to or very easy to prove. Can we get a reread of the poem? No! Reload. No. Yes. Uncle Rob and Emily have ADHD and have unalived 0 peeps. Right? They've somehow managed to restrain themselves. They've fought the urge successfully thus far. All right. How about the victims who were brutally murdered? So obviously he mentally and physically abused his wife, which is why she acted the way she did, then murdered her parents and brother. Obviously, we have very little insight into his relationship with his wife, and everything we know is mostly from him and a few outside parties who had very limited visibility as well. I don't feel confident that what we hear from Mr. Nealy about his wife, Jamie, her actions before he murdered her is accurate. I'm not saying that she was perfect and amazing and everything was good and it was all on him, but I don't have confidence that we have at all an accurate picture that we can trust and make decisions on based on, because it's just his word, and you're asking us to take the word of somebody who killed someone, dumped their body in the backyard, trashed the house, and just walked away and thought that was a fine decision and that everything would be fine. I can't accept that. His poem, sad, rad, lad, mad, dad, and F word times 100. That's pretty much it, Katrina. And trot. He had trot in there too, and nothing rhymed with trot, I don't think. Because it is Friday and it's late in the evening on a Friday, if you have big plans for the weekend that you would like to share with the class, please take a moment to either call in on the burner phone and let us know, or put it in chat so we can celebrate your wonderful occasion. Ivan has already shared that he is doing something with sausages on a festival. So that's cool, Ivan. That's awesome. The quality of the poem reflects the quality of the book. Camila, I have to give him a little more credit. He wrote the poem first, and that was when he was, 15? So he's got a few years under his belt. He might have learned a thing or two. He did pick up his GED. I'm not sure if he did that before or after he wrote the book. But, you got FNF tonight. Rob's back. Is he going to have Ian on with him? That's going to be awesome. Maybe we'll portal over to him. That would be... if Lady Draconis is here, or any of his mods, let us know as soon as the thumbnail pops up for Rob, and we'll portal over there when we're done here. Yay for FNF. We might need to write a simple poem without the F words. Something we can read without being demonetized. Amber, thanks for reaching out. I don't have to make him work hard. I know he's a busy man, but just let me know when the thumbnail goes up and we'll make the... Has he already got it up? Let me check. I should probably check first before I put the mods to work, huh? It's up. It's up. I got it, Amber. Never mind. Okay, portal's built. All right, I'll rewrite the poem in PG form, says AWOL. Honestly, I think if you just took out the F words in there, all the expletives, it might actually have better rhythm. It might flow better. It would still sound like something that was at grade school level because of the simple, the very simple rhyming that's done. But all right. Valerie C., this weekend, packing up to move from a tiny apartment to a decent-sized house. Valerie, that is worth celebrating, although you're probably going to be unpacking for months. That's the way it works. If we were nearby, we'd help you move. Unfortunately, you just have to accept our thoughts and good wishes. Painting my basement is going to be a gym. Celeste, that's awesome. That is really cool. Packing for a music festival going on Thursday this week is in the UK, so I have to pack all weather. Resting for Monday and Tuesday, unit inspections on 17 buildings, 62 buildings total. Units total. Volunteering at church tomorrow for an outdoor event lasting about 5 hours. Katrina, volunteering is good for the soul. If you can find a place to volunteer and just help somebody because you can, and just do it, because it's the right thing to do. It makes us better people. Awesome. Thank you for doing that. There's a NASCAR race in my neighborhood. Sweet. My Bebop life. Does that mean like your neighbors all pretend you're NASCAR drivers and you just race around the neighborhood on the streets, or is there actually NASCARs in town? I'm curious. It could be either one. Doing something with sausages could be a great weekend. Misconduct, I shall be sleeping until I wake. Misbehaving, beer and a book. Weekend is planned out. I think, let's see what we're doing. My kids, my two boys come back from their beach camp tomorrow, and my son and his wife fly in from Idaho, and they're going to be here. So I'm going to be with them this weekend. So I'll be with them Saturday and Monday. I think Monday they're going to the aquarium. I don't know what they're doing. I think it's either the aquarium or they're going to something called Tree Runner, which is basically like a jungle gym, but 50 feet up in trees. They take these big, huge, tall pine trees that grow here in North Carolina that they're like the telephone pole type trees, right? Straight, no branches. The branches fall off as they go up, so only the top has branches. And they go way up high, and they put anchors and ropes and big obstacles, and you clip yourself in. It's impossible to fall out. You can't because the way the safety mechanisms work. And then you just do these crazy, it's a crazy like the floor is lava game, but you're 50 feet up hanging from a rope. Be binging Insomnia on Hulu, says Stacy. So currently packing for my week vacation in the Outer Banks. The Outer Banks are beautiful. Don't tell anybody. Honestly, I don't want the word to get out. But I realize Florida, you've got some great beaches. Even Texas has some good beaches. There's some great spots on the coast, both on the Atlantic side, on the Gulf. The Outer Banks are amazing, are absolutely amazing. I love them. Plus, it's where flight was discovered, right? You've got the Wright brothers right up there by Kitty Hawk that did their little floating plane thing. Going to a history and language and fans workshop and decorating fans. I love fans. I also need fans for those occasional hot flashes. Wow. I'm guessing you're not talking motorized one like the kind the spider was on in my office here earlier. Like, I'm thinking, like, is it Japanese style? Those are cool. Bottomless brunch tomorrow. Stacy, invite us. I could eat my share. Hot weekend here. Clothes are optional. It's never too late. I hope you stay comfortable and solo, or at least in company that's acceptable in. Preparing for knee surgery next week. Bree, hope that goes well for you. I have nothing this week, and I'm happy about it, says Mel. Pam says, with my health conditions, I wish I could find someone to come and declutter my apartment. I hate to admit, I'm a hoarder. We all have our I hate to admit parts, but Pam, hope your health conditions get you feeling better so you can do what you would like to do. Going to OBX for 10 days. It's beautiful. I mean, you've got to go, first of all, when you go to OBX, the Outer Banks, we've got the sound, right? We've got a line of islands. That's just a narrow strip of islands that protect the coast of North Carolina from the ocean. So on the inside of the islands is the sound, outside you've got the ocean. Those islands some of them are very isolated. You can only get to by boat. Some have roads on them and everything, but some of them are just incredible. And if you like shelling, like going and picking up large conch shells or conchs, I don't know how you say it. They have amazing shelling opportunities on some of those islands that are just unbelievable. People from other beaches show up in Outer Banks and said, "Wow, I didn't know you could find whole shells like this, like massive whole shells, just tons of them." Now the OBX, we do have wild horses out there. Yes, you have to stay away from them by law, but yes, we do have wild horses. They're underrated. We try to keep it quiet, Stacy. We try not to tell anybody because we don't want everyone to come here. But even if you don't go to the Outer Banks, if you go to like Indian Beach, okay, that's another secret beach. You've got like Topsail Beach and things like that where a lot of people go. But just south on Indian Beach, free parking, great restrooms, easy access to the beach, amazing water, amazing sand. That's our beach that we go to. As soon as we had neighbors that told us about it and said this is the secret beach, that's where we started going. Best time to go to OBX is after a hurricane. The shells and what you find are incredible. They are. But depending on how bad the hurricane is, sometimes they shut down access to those islands, and you have to have a card. You have to have like a resident pass to get out there. I've yet to get out there after a hurricane. A good nor'easter will do the same thing, though. Sounds like everyone's having an amazing weekend. Hazel, being on call is the worst. At a very hot baseball tournament in Texas. Let's see. I saw the wild horses in Maryland, and they came up to me. The guards even saw. I said nothing, didn't tempt. They just walked up. That's awesome. They recognized a friend. I may walk out the front door and get in the lake. Lazy retired lady. That sounds amazing. All right, we're still waiting for the jury to make a decision. They've deliberated for about another 15 minutes since they asked the question about the psych eval. I was hoping that if it wasn't what they wanted, that they would return with another question, but we haven't seen them yet. We're working at the bridge for the next 6 days. Normally only work on Mondays, but I'll be covering for a coworker. We're working at the bridge. See, Indianapolis Motor Speedway is in my neighborhood. Our high school's mascot is a spark plug, a.k.a. Sparky. Okay, so actual NASCAR, left turns only. I get it. That sounds really cool. I imagine you can hear that from quite a ways away. Digging up my first round of potatoes. Successful gardening. That is awesome. At a disc dog competitions with our dogs camping in Maryland. Regina, that sounds neat, although it's hot up there right now. I've been watching Luke McFadden on YouTube, who is a Maryland crabber. He catches blue crabs in the Chesapeake. And he's just... all his videos, he's just drenched in sweat. He's like, it's hotter than blazes here. Just trying to stay alive. But, let's see. My dog is Sparky. My hubby is an electrician, too, so he named the dog. Been to 4 beaches on the East Coast, but one was Myrtle Beach. That's really cool. Myrtle Beach down south, and... Virginia Beach up north, then OBX in between. Pause and Campfire says, I live in Maryland, and it is hot. It is really hot. Stay safe and stay cool, everybody. My school's mascot was a leaf, home of the Fighting Maple Leaves. I'm with you all except for fighting. I've never seen a maple leaf do much more than just drop and wave. Fun fact, says Becca, not all NASCAR race turns are left turns. They turn right, too. I did not know that. I thought everyone was a left turn. I hate it when someone bumps the camera and we're on verdict watch. It's like, look, movement in court. No, just people kicking the tripod. 64 degrees in Seattle. Katrina, that is definitely the cool spot of the country where we want to be. My mascot was an apple knocker. Dare I ask what an apple knocker is? Go Knockers. I don't know. What do you cheer for that? Amber gives the warning. It's late. I shouldn't have said that. It knocks apples off the trees. I'll just take your word for it. When I grew up, there was a school that their mascot was the Beet Diggers. Yep, the Beet Diggers. Like, they dig up beets, like sugar beets. Guess somebody has to do it. Whoa, we've got an inmate escape? Let me check Raw's alerts really quickly. Right, an active manhunt is currently underway after a violent inmate was mistakenly released due to a misidentification between two individuals with similar names. New Orleans, Louisiana. At this time, law enforcement in New Orleans, Louisiana is engaged in an urgent manhunt after 30-year-old Khalil Bryan was mistakenly released from custody. Bryan had been arrested and was wanted on multiple serious charges, including aggravated assault with a firearm, domestic abuse, child endangerment, and home invasion. Authorities say the release was due to a clerical error caused by misidentification between two individuals with similar last names. Officials confirmed that Bryan is facing both violent and nonviolent charges. Law enforcement agencies are working closely together to secure a swift return to custody. Victims in the case has been notified. This is from Raw's Alerts on Twitter. And thank you, Amber, for the heads up on that one. New Orleans manhunt. Ivan. I send Cavalcante nothing. Nothing. Zero. Good day, sir. Crazy cat. That is amazing. Yeah, I think that wins. That nobody can beat that. I got poked in the eye by a falling maple leaf. Don't underestimate them. Okay, we're just approaching the hour and a half mark. Oh, it was just this week I heard he was asking for a new trial. Now it's already, or he or she, I don't know who Shonda is, but denied. Yeah, this is a big mistake. Letting out the wrong guy because he's got a similar name. That's somebody not checking the paperwork or reading thoroughly. I imagine people will be fired for that. Ayden is partaking in liquor store ownership benefits this weekend. I wonder if they let the other guy out. If they're like, oop, wrong guy, we'll let the other guy out instead. Or if they're like, no, let's put everything on a hold until we see what happened. It was West Jordan Beet Diggers. Yep. Libations are flowing. This is taking a long time. I'm going to turn down the sound just a tiny bit because the buzz is getting to me. But my plan for the weekend is not nearly as fun. It involves going to the airport, picking up my son and my daughter-in-law, doing a little bit of work in the bathroom tonight. I've got 30 criminals on my lawn. Get off my lawn. I'm surprised they don't just vote. Missed it all. What was the question the jury had? The jury was looking for a particular document. They were looking for the psych eval medical records for the defendant. And so they just basically said, can you just show us where these are and tell us where they are? And through some discussion, they found where they were and told the jury. Now they're back out. They've been deliberating for 23 minutes since then. Let's see. Rob is starting what? Is he starting at 7 or 9? What's his time tonight? 8:30. It's close. I was close. So we've got a little bit of time before Rob begins on FNF. This week, Ari finds out he's going to be a granddad. If I am, it will be a surprise. I do not. I was not aware of. I'm not aware of anything right now. So. Do they have to make a decision tonight? Willow, they do not. And this is a great question, Willow. The jury can deliberate for as long as it takes. But the factor to consider when you think about that is the jury in the voir dire, when they were during jury selection, they were told that this would take 2 weeks of their time. And so they were basically said, are you available for 2 weeks? Can you be here for 2 weeks and dedicate this time for the trial? Beyond this, nobody knows if some of the jurors have conflicts. If some of them, if you're self-employed and you only make money when you work, I know how that feeling is. The longer jury trial drags on, suddenly it becomes a hardship that, I could do 2 weeks, but I can't do a month. You might have situations like that. You might also have somebody who has some pre-standing situation that, whether it be a vacation or, a medical procedure or something like that would conflict with them being able to be at the courthouse and deliberating. So I don't think it will go much beyond that. I can see maybe on Monday, but I just don't see it going much further. Plus, it's not a situation where they have to be unanimous beyond what they already have determined, or what we can deduce they've already determined, that the aggravators are there, so this does qualify as death penalty, and now it's just vote, and wherever you end up, that's the outcome. If 8 or more of you say death penalty, he gets the death penalty. If less than 8 say death penalty, it will be life without parole. I don't believe they're sequestered. Let's see. I talked myself into making 80 crochet pouches for my daughter's wedding favors. I have 80 days. Can you, outsource that to somebody on Fiverr or something, Drama Mama? What is FNF? Mistrial, FNF. This is a great question as well. We have absolutely amazing content creators and lawyers, particularly lawyers in what's called LawTube. I'm not LawTube. I'm LawTube adjacent. I'm not a lawyer. I just love the law. But the lawyers of LawTube, who make up LawTube, are amazing. They're amazing people. You've got, and there are a ton, and I'm going to miss some, but some of my favorites are Ian Runkle, Emily D. Baker, Rob Rob Mortensen from Law and Lumber, Peter Tragos from The Lawyer You Know. We've got just these great individuals. Rob from Law and Lumber does a Friday Night Frenzy, where they just cover some of the crazy stuff that's happened in court, and usually it goes super late. So if you're like a night owl, they start at 8:30 p.m. on a Friday, and they'll be going till 1 o'clock in the morning or later. And it's sometimes beverages are consumed, and it gets a little rowdy and fun. Sometimes they stream together. Sometimes it's just Rob. Sometimes it's just Ian covering for Rob. Ian Runkle's up there in Canada. So it's Uncivil Law. Kurt from Uncivil Law is part of the group. So it's worth poking your head in. Rob is a family law lawyer and a good friend. He gave me just amazing advice when I was starting out. He has mocked me a little bit in a friendly way with some of the videos he's shared, but good guy. He made a custom pen for me and sent it to me. It's still my most treasured pen I've ever owned. A ton of meaning behind it, just understanding what things I like and symbolism. Using the white oak and how he treated it and everything else. It was really cool. Rob is probably one of the most sincere people that I've seen that can address something and just see people and understand the situation. He reads people really well. There are other people as well that are LawTube adjacent that are well worth the watch, like Dr. G Explains on YouTube, his channel exploded. He's now over 400,000 subscribers. He does body language analysis. He is a professional forensic psychologist, I think he is. I forget all his credentials. We've had him on our show a couple times, and it's always great to hang out with him. But Rob does have a video of me in Southern Febreze. Rob's channel is older than mine. He was live streaming during the Johnny Depp trial, and actually he got his start because Rob with Law and Lumber, he's a woodworker and a lawyer. So woodworking's the hobby, lawyer's the profession, and he knows a lot about wood and how wood acts and reacts and is treated and how it would break and split. And it just so happens in the Johnny Depp case, if you remember and watch that one, when Amber Heard was talking about the knife and the bed and the chunk of wood, Rob looked at that and saw what didn't add up and was able to, I won't spoil it all because it was an aha moment that was just amazing. Put out a little video just like, hey, let me explain what you're seeing here. And did the JD bed chip, yeah. And it was unbelievable. It was awesome. His channel exploded from that. It was really good. Let's see. So many channels, so little time. And there are a ton. We've got a ton of just this whole community of LawTube, and I would include LawTube adjacent channels. For the most part, is just awesome and great people. They all have a different flavor. Like ours is a pretty family friendly show most of the time, aside from when poems are being read in open court that Mr. Nealy wrote. Others have more of an edge to them or more of a little sarcastic flair. But with all the different content creators and all the different individuals that are out there commentating on court and providing analysis, you can find one that matches your style or matches your mood. And you'll probably find several that you'll want to watch. So, and the internet is big enough for all of us. And the fact that, for the most part, all of us just get along great. And it's just amazing. It's really cool. It's like a big family. If you want political breakdown, watch Good Logic. Yes, he does wade into politics, a dangerous area for many people online, but he seems to do it quite effectively. All right. You can watch the same trial with different lawyers, as they have different perspectives. Yes, you're going to get a different take on things if you're watching with EDB than if you're watching with me. Love her energy that she brings. I think she's probably the largest account as far as subscriber count in LawTube. I know she's done a lot actually working with YouTube directly to support content creators, which is amazing. Josh Ritter, oh my goodness, Courtroom Confidential. I was going to wear his shirt today, but I'm not. I've been on the show with Courtroom Confidential a number of times. He is amazing. Super excited for him, and he just a couple of weeks ago signed a deal with Fox to be a political commentator on Fox News. Just good stuff. Yes, you cannot forget Grizzly True Crime. Just amazing. So I don't think anyone does a breakdown of Deep Dive as well as Grizzly True Crime. She is fantastic. And of course, we've got our personal friends with Brandy Churchwell. I can't remember Brandy's last name. Brandy, I'm sorry. I'm having a senior moment. Brandy's amazing. I'm sorry. Brandy Churchwell. There it is. I wanted to say Churchill for some reason. I'm like, that's not it. But Brandy's great. Has done amazing things in the podcast arena specifically. Just done fantastic there. Got Ada K. What I love about Ada K, a smaller channel, but what Ada K does is provide court watching for the deaf with sign language. So she's a sign language interpreter. She'll do sign language. She'll have other people on doing sign language, and it just opens up access to something that isn't always available. I know for me, the way I stream, I can't have closed caption on. YouTube does not allow that the way I stream right now. I realize I could change how I stream and make it work, but it makes the back and forth in the conversation extremely difficult. And so for somebody who's hard of hearing, for somebody who has, would need those closed captions, there are people out there that do that. Melanie Little, right? She's Bruce Rivers. We got some great people there. I like Danny on Direct. Got to hang out with her a little bit when we went back to Utah. Trial TV Live. Yes, can't forget Chris and Aaron down there in Florida. We've worked with them on the Sarah Boone case. Yeah, there's so many, but you really can't go wrong watching some of these. Let's see, we've got. Oh no, we've got Brian Koberger's rap song. First of all, I can't play it on the air because he will most definitely get a strike my channel and steal the money. So hold on, let me just listen to Brian Koberger and his failed rap career. It's not worth listening. It's not worth listening to. First of all, I think what's the background? A harpsichord? Let me give you just a little taste.
Brian Koberger's rap song.
Yeah, that's the background, okay? And it just gets worse when he starts talking. He can barely keep the words in. Here's what I'll do. On Twitter, for those of you who want, let's see, this looks like this was Tiffany. I'm gonna retweet this, so there we go. I retweet it so you can find it on Twitter if you follow me on Twitter. If you don't, I'm sorry, but it's not worth it.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL, how are you doing, my friend?
Hey, what's up, RA? This is gonna be a quick one. I'm about to run out of the house for something, but I believe the jury is sequestered.
Really?
He said that they were yesterday, but he told the attorneys that they would have the case by noon today, and due to all the cases that he's seen, that it will be fast, like you said before, that they don't usually deliberate that long. But if they don't reach a verdict today, if both attorneys waive sequestration, then he will waive it and let them go home. But I don't think they argued that yet.
Wow.
I'm like 99.9% sure. He said that yesterday possibly the day before, but I think it was yesterday when he was talking about scheduling.
That would suck, just for the record, to be sequestered over the weekend on a beautiful summer weekend.
Maybe that's why they're still there. Maybe that's why they are going this late, because they're like, what are you going to spend the weekend in a hotel? How about we just work late?
Oh, man. Yeah, that
Because
would
if
be
they
terrible.
were able to go home, they would have left at 5 o'clock after those closing arguments. They're probably all tired. They would have went home by now and be like, listen, let's just rest. We'll be back Monday. But if I'm going to have to be in a hotel this whole weekend, then we might as well stay here all night.
We're staying here. We're getting this done. What I think, though, it's weird because they literally could vote at any time. Right? There's no requirement.
You don't think they did?
Well, what are they waiting for?
Maybe it's 6 and 6.
So you think one side's like, hey, let's hang in here. I think I can sway a couple of you. Let's go for that death penalty, or
yeah, maybe the 6 are like death and the other 6 are like no. So then they have to get to at least an 8 to 4. Oh no, because if it was 6 and 6, he would have got life without parole, right?
Either way, he's getting punished. He's
Either
never
way.
leaving prison.
Yeah.
So I just
right. So if they're
think,
stuck at 6 and 6, then it's over.
Yeah, and I think a juror who was for death penalty would not go home and be like, man, I'm so disappointed in myself because I didn't convince more people to go to death penalty. I don't see that happening. I think they can go home saying, I did what was right. I thought he got the death penalty. I voted for it. There were only 6 of us. I think it's just a done deal.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's going to be fast.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But he did say that, so I'm 99.9% sure.
Hey, well, I've got to ask you, what are your big plans for the weekend?
Was going to do a motorcycle run with some friends, but this heat, I think we decided not to.
Yeah. That becomes less fun when the bike gets too hot to touch, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing that. So they have a UFC fight. I think it's in Abu Dhabi tomorrow, so it's starting at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
So I might wake up.
Who's on the card?
Have some breakfast. It's Robert Whitaker. You have Bryce Mitchell. It's a pretty good card.
I know Robert Whitaker. It's probably not that guy. It's probably a different Robert Whitaker.
Yeah. Robert Whitaker versus Rainier. Peter Yan is fighting, and Margomedov is the 3 top fights on the main card, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But
awesome.
Yeah, but all right.
Well,
I just wanted to call in for that.
It's always
Yes,
good to
sir.
hear from you. Thank you very much. Have a good
Yes,
Monday.
sir.
Will.
You have a good night.
You too.
All right, later.
So possibility the jury might spend the weekend in the hotel if they can't get things figured out tonight, and the council doesn't waive sequestration. Ooh, that would be tough. Wouldn't mind a free vacation in a hotel with a pool sequestered. Well, your meals are covered. You got the pool, air conditioning guaranteed, and nobody's going to bug you. So I guess it's like a mini vacation, but your family can't come. So, Wall lives the good life. He sure does. He's doing something right. It's never too late. Says, darn it, it's raining. Close back on. Okay. All right. Thank you for the update. The visual in my head is now okay. I have no social life, so I'll be okay staying in a hotel, says Ohio Jin. That's why they said they could phone home, but with the guard. Huh. So they wouldn't even have... Can you take books? Yes, you can take books as long as they're not law books. No family? Sounds perfect. Yeah. Good night, Misbehaving. Thanks for being here. Let's see. I got Brandy Churchwell, but late. Crime Junkie Jury. I owe Brandy a lot. That's how I found you. I'm not going anywhere. You stuck with me. Brandy's amazing. I like to say we found Brandy, or I discovered Brandy's Twitter during the Murdaugh trials, and she was doing great stuff with her Churchwell charts on Twitter, and she was happy right there. That was her happy space, and we convinced her to come on the show and do an interview and get a YouTube channel started up.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I guess. Okay.
To accept, press 1.
Full
To send a
disclosure, Ivan
voicemail,
might be
press
drunk.
2.
Okay. Ivan, how are you doing?
Oh, I I should be arrested for how well I'm doing. That's all I'm doing.
Just pause, think about what you're going to say before you say it. Remember, I do have a channel that has terms of service. So
yeah, I'm all about those TOSs.
Yep.
So what's taking so long already? Like, do you think they're just like mitigating how they want him to die, or which way they want to do it, or what do you think they're focusing on?
Well, I have a hard time seeing the jury having already voted on the aggravating factors now wants to look at all the evidence, right? It's possible that there's like one holdout and they think, 11 for death penalty, 1 not, right? They might say, well, I'd like just to have a unanimous decision. I think that would be big. I don't see that happening, mostly because if you look at just the makeup of the United States, less than half or right around half of the people support the death penalty. So you've got...
Well, they need 9? They need 9 out of 12 or what?
They need 8. They need 8 in Florida.
8, huh?
Yeah. So
God bless Florida. Like, they don't even pretend to care about the Constitution. Like, they just go for it. I love it. Well, just send a pack of wild dogs after them. Just send hungry dogs and let them loose. Like,
Florida does it different, that's for sure. But no, I think, I've got to think that somebody feels it's important to do more in the persuasion of their fellow jurors than just vote on what they've heard. So maybe there's a juror who says, I just want to look at it again before I vote. I'm not ready to vote yet, and maybe that's what they're doing. So,
well, I think it would be pretty good dose of poetic justice if we just let wild dogs run after him, considering what he did. It would just...
Yes, but we have this pesky little thing called the Constitution, and when you start talking about cruel and unusual punishment, this would definitely fit under the unusual side.
Doesn't seem unusual to me.
Okay. You do things differently up in Wisconsin as well. Have a great weekend.
In my yard.
Love you, man. We'll see you.
I have a situation in the yard. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. I'll let you put out that fire. Ivan's great. Yeah, he's maybe started the weekend celebration a little early. Deanne B, member for 22 months. OG. There's nothing better than Ivan's calls. Thank you very much. I have one question. Did Recovery Addict ask Ivan for his input on how certain establishment works? No, I did not. No, we're not going there. Ivan says, very drunk for what it's worth. All right, 1 hour, 50 minutes at the 2 hour mark. I expect to probably hear something from the judge. I just don't think the judge wants to be here late tonight. Ivan would agree with alligators being used. I think he would. In his current state, I might say that. I need some water. Hang on. I drink 6 of these a day. So if one of you has some sort of contact with Deer Park Water to swing a sponsorship, not that I want any money from them, that would be great if they did, but I just love to have them cover the cost of the flats of water that I go through every day. I talk a lot and I drink a lot to save my voice. So Deer Park Water is the only one I drink, but I can't, not a sponsor yet. I did actually reach out to them to say we'd consider sponsoring, and they never even replied. We seem to be back in the room. We've seen some motion. I'm not seeing any yet. I missed it completely. I was looking at chat. Apologize. Misconduct, thanks for the super sticker. Hey, you. How are you doing? Saw people at a table. I think somebody just bumped the button. Was everybody there? Was it like a... Well, I could go back and look, can't I? If all of council was sitting at the table, that might be a sign that something's happening, and there it is. Something is in fact happening, so I'm not going to go back and look. We'll keep the audio going, finger at the ready for the music. If only there was a way to rewind. Okay, I'm checking on Twitter to see if anything has happened. I'm not seeing any updates at all. We said we expected something at the 2-hour mark. Maybe the judge had planned this. Might be another question. They could go home. Defendant is present. We're missing counsel, where they're hiding behind that bailiff. See, all counsel's there, at least one lawyer. Okay, prosecution 1, 2, and 3. Or we're just waiting for the judge now.
All right. Deputy Trong, has the jury reached a verdict on all 3 counts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please be seated. Let's go ahead and bring them in.
After pleading guilty to 4 murders, 3 of which he's being tried for right now, the defendant has faced a jury for 2 weeks hearing the details of the crime spelled out before everybody. The whole purpose of this trial, this sentencing hearing trial, is to determine if he should face the death penalty or life without parole. The jury has made their decision after 1 hour and 55 minutes of deliberating. We're going to stop the clock here. Less than 2 hours, the jury finishes before the weekend saying we've done it. We've got a verdict on all 3 counts. We're waiting right now for them to enter the room and the verdict to be read. This is in Florida. The jury does not need to be unanimous to get a death penalty verdict here. Only 8 of them have to agree on the death penalty. After all of them unanimously agree that there are aggravating factors. We believe they have reached that first step, and only the second decision is what is undecided at this point. So we'll wait and see here in just a second as the jury appears to be filing in and the door closing now.
All right, and Ms. Ferguson, is that true? Has the jury reached a verdict on all 3 counts? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, very good. If you can give the verdict forms to the bailiff, and you may be seated.
Music still going. The judge is looking over the verdict forms, making sure they're filled out properly. If the jury does return a verdict of death penalty, it does not bind the judge, but it is a strong recommendation he is most likely going to stick with. He could reduce it.
If the defense would please rise, and if Madam Clerk could please publish the verdicts.
We, the jury, find as follows as to Shelby Nealy in this case. As to count 1, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes, 12.
These are the
We, the
aggravators.
jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes, 12.
Okay, they got all three aggravators on count one.
We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 1 that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death.
Boom. There it is. That's done. The rest.
As to count 2.
The rest does not matter.
We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes, 12. We, the jury, have unanimously found that the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 1 that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. As to count 3, we, the jury, unanimously find the state have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes, 12. We, the jury, unanimously find the state have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 1 that Shelby Nealy should be sentenced to death. Dated this 25th of July, 2025, in Pinellas County, Florida. Trina Fredrickson, foreperson of the jury.
All right. The defense may be seated. All right, Ms. Fredrickson, let me just ask you one question here. For all the aggravating factors, you check yes, and then you put 12. But for the very last one, you just checked yes, which is really all you had to do. But that was unanimous as well, all 12. Is that correct? Yes. All right. All right, so what I'm going to do now is what's called polling the jury. I'm just going to ask you if, in fact,
they might give names here,
is
so
what
we'll mute
the
these.
clerk just read accurate as far as what the jury decided on all of these verdicts, okay? So, Brianna Brooke, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflects what the jury decided?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Kyle, agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Jacob, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Joyce, Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Very good. Trina Erickson.
Nope, sorry.
Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Very good. Cassandra. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Very good. Brian. Agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Yes, sir. Very good. Sharon, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Lana Beck, do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Yes, Your Honor. Very good. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Did I skip somebody?
The last one.
Okay. Okay, what's your name? Sorry. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been a long, grueling couple of weeks for you and for everybody else. And obviously, this is a very difficult process for you and everybody else. This is the most difficult decision that you really have to make in the law. And we greatly appreciate your participation. It seemed like you were really paying attention to everything. You really took this thing seriously, as you should. It's a very serious issue. And there were long days. They seemed to shorten up a little bit at the end of this week, but there were some long, long days. And on behalf of everyone involved in the case, I'd like to thank you very much for your jury service. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. Your request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It'll be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. So the most important right that you have is the right to be left alone. So nobody can stalk you and that sort of thing. But if you want to talk to anyone involved in the case, you can go ahead and do that. And then obviously, if you elect to speak to them, then they can speak to you as well. You have the right to your privacy, but if you want to speak to anyone in the media or anybody else, you can do that too. That's up to you. All right, anyone have any questions or anything? All right, we do have a certificate of appreciation for all of you. I wish we had a lot more. My wife wants to know how those cookies were. Were they good? All right, good. All right. So thank you very much. You know, if in the next year or two you get a jury summons and you'd rather not serve, just give me a call at my office and I'll excuse you because this trial is worth, on the alternates I said about 5 trials, but I've decided it's worth about 10 trials, okay? So if you want to get out of your next service, just give me a call and I'll go ahead and do that, okay? All right, have a great weekend. I don't think it's raining right now, so have a good trip home, good safe trip home.
Wow. Cookies for the jurors, death penalty for the defendant. Now there's not many choices here. Mr. Nealy seems to be accepting what it is. As the jury leaves, there are some somber faces back there behind,
All
his table.
Very good. All right, so legally we have to set a Spencer hearing, and then we may be too exhausted to decide anything. So I don't know if you want to have a status check to set a Spencer hearing?
I mean, I can tell you my schedule will probably be like December. I mean, we could set it now if you want to, or we can do a status. But I got back-to-back trials this fall.
Okay.
The lady in blue does seem to be most upset.
How extensive do you think that's going to be? In other words, how long do you think it's going to be?
At least a day.
We've had a new review come in on his book during deliberations. This one from Sarah L., titled Terrible, and the review says useless.
At this point, we're thinking no more than a day at this point, but obviously we will.
Right.
So maybe it would be a good idea to have a tentative date, or we just have a status and.
All right. Well, why don't we set a date? So I do have 12/9 open. I want to set it on a Tuesday because I don't want to set it on a Thursday and then have a trial that runs.
You said 12/9?
Yeah.
The Spencer hearing will happen before the sentencing.
12/22. I don't know how popular that's going to be right before Christmas.
Week of Christmas.
I think 12/9 is okay. I have a trial in Citrus the week before that, but it should not.
Son is not wearing his military uniform.
Let me just make sure.
All right.
I think 12/9 works.
A Spencer hearing is an opportunity for the lawyers to present additional evidence to the judge prior to sentencing.
If you want to do memorandums of law, you can do that. I think you do that after the Spencer hearing if you want to do it, because
If we want to do what?
draft a memorandum of law.
We usually, after the Spencer hearing, get a transcript and then set a deadline for us to file it and, yeah.
Right.
Then we can figure that out, I think, when we get closer to it.
Right.
If you want, yeah.
All right. So if you want me to set a status check, I can do it, just to see how things are going as far as the Spencer hearing is concerned. Or if you just want to be here on December 9, and then if there's any issues, you can set a hearing.
Prosecution's checking with
What's the
victims'
preference
families
of
to see
state and the
if
defense?
everything works there.
State?
We want to do a Spencer hearing or a status check. We're okay with that. But the second,
Is 12/9 okay?
12/9 is fine.
It's the 9th of December.
Okay, so the Spencer hearing is set 12/9, and then
at that hearing, Mr. Nealy
we're
himself
anticipating
might
it'll go
speak.
that day unless something goes wrong and we have to move it or whatever. So
Can we do a status the week of October 7th?
You're correct. The judge does not have to sentence him to death, even though the jury returns that recommendation.
That week.
all right, is it an all-week thing?
It's 4 days.
All right, so pick a day.
That week of December.
Friday's the only day I can't.
Friday is the one day you can't do? Okay.
One thing they didn't bring up about death penalty is the isolation. I don't think you can...
Can we do the 8th then?
fully understand the isolation that comes
Yes.
along with that.
All right, so October 8 is Spencer hearing. Status check and Spencer hearing is 12/9.
The status check is October 8th, and the Spencer hearing is December 9th.
Right. Right, the status check is just to see if, if everything is
On track.
on track. There you go.
And may I either appear by Zoom or have Mr. Greenbaum
Sure.
cover the status check?
Sure.
And is that, what time would that
8:30.
The law does not require the judge to follow the jury's recommendation, but there is a strong presumption that he should in the law.
Well, that's a trial day for us, so. Yeah, I was up in Pasco for a couple of years, so I know how it works up there. But down here we have trials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So, obviously if I didn't have a trial that day, but I don't know if I am going to have one or not, because things are definite goes and then they don't go. All right, so I think that's it, right? So everyone have a good weekend. Everyone have as good a weekend as you can, depending on your situation regarding this case. All right? Wow. Thank you. Good job by everybody. Thank you.
And with that, we're done. And we're gonna wrap it up there. All right. We ended it on the week. I think the jury did the right thing. It was not a unanimous decision. One juror felt that even though all the aggravators were present, the mitigating factor would have made it so that death penalty was not appropriate in this case, and voted that way. And that's great. I love that they did that. In Florida, that is not enough to prevent the recommendation of death penalty from being forwarded to the judge. And so that is the recommendation officially of the jury, 11-1 on all 3 counts. And under 2 hours of deliberation, I'm showing on my counter 1 hour, 56 minutes. I stopped it a little bit late, but wow. All right. Next week we need to pick up a new case. Next week also I have my vacation, so it's going to be a little bit crazy, but I'm going to take you guys with me. I'm going to be in Bear Lake, Idaho, and I think I'll do at least one live stream from the lake just to let you know what a wonderful time I'm having, how beautiful the water is. So I'll do that. I'm thinking about finally taking Ivan's super chat money from when I went on vacation last time and getting a fishing pole and trying to catch a fish while I'm there. So we'll see if I do that or not. But all right, that's all good. For those who are having a wonderful weekend ahead, do be safe, have fun, take some pictures, send them to the burner phone. Only if they're appropriate. A couple of you, your activities are not appropriate to send pictures to the burner phone. Don't send those. But all the rest, we look forward to it. When are you coming back? I'm going to be here I'm going to be here Monday, I think, and I'm going to be traveling on Tuesday. I might be here Tuesday afternoon. I'll be here Wednesday. I'll be here Thursday. Then I'm going to be traveling on Friday. So it just depends what happens. We'll check and see. But tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. It'll be on Monday morning, unless something drastic happens. I don't know, maybe this New Orleans situation might need some coverage over the weekend. We might do that. We'll see. But I've got a bathroom waiting to be finished, and it is so close. It is so close. Thank you all. Thank you to our amazing moderators, and to all you amazing people who make this community what it is. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate every one of you. Have a good night. We'll see you.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
In front of the Walmart.
What more do you need to see?
We're going to portal over to
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
with Rob.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.